You were taught to build safety like a fortress, walls of certainty, a gate of plans, a lookout of vigilance. See it, touch it, control it. Only then, they said, will you be okay. But if control were the cure, why does the body still brace at midnight? Why does the mind rehearse 1,000 futures and trust none? Why does the heart, tired from gripping, still feel empty-handed? There is another kind of knowing, quieter than fear, stronger than force. It does not shout. It listens. It does not command. It attends. It is the knowing the Buddha pointed to. Life is changing, interwoven, patterned like waves. Chaos isn't your enemy. It is the teacher that reveals where you're still clinging. Trust, then, is not blindness. Trust is intimacy with reality. Listen closely. You don't have to abandon effort. You're not being asked to float without arms. The teaching is simpler and braver. Loosen the fist. Let action be steady, but the grip be soft. In the language of the path, this is surrender, not the white flag of defeat, but the open palm of wisdom. Defeat collapses. Wisdom bows. Defeat says, nothing matters. Wisdom says, everything changes and I can meet it. Defeat hardens. Wisdom breathes. When you surrender in this way, you do not shrink. You become spacious. You do not resign. You return. Think of a potter at the wheel. Press too hard and the clay buckles. Hold too loosely and it flies apart. Form appears when pressure becomes presence, responsive, attentive, alive. Your life is that wheel. Your attention is the hand. Surrender is the art of right touch. Mindfulness is how this art is learned. Sit like a mountain beside the river of thought. Let the current move. You are not here to dam the flow or chase every ripple. You are here to know the water, to feel its temperature, its speed, its moods, and to discover directly, breath by breath, that the river passes on its own. Awareness holds. Awareness does not clutch. From this place, even when conditions are rough, you're not lost. Even when pain arrives, you're not broken. You become the one who can remain when the storm passes through. This does not cancel action. The Dharma never tells you to wait for miracles while the roof leaks. It asks you to repair the roof without tying your worth to the weather. Do the next true thing, then let it go. Speak truth not to be right, but to be real. Love fully not to guarantee return, but to honor your own open heart. Work with care not for the outcome's approval, but because carefulness is your integrity. This is the subtle shift, living as devotion rather than transaction. The modern mind worships control because it mistakes certainty for safety. But control is brittle. It fractures when life refuses to obey. Safety, in the way of the Buddha, comes from seeing that everything is impermanent and cultivating the capacity to be present with that fact. Craving is the tightness that demands, it must be this way, or I cannot stand it. Surrender is the release of that tightness. Not the erasure of desire, but the relaxing of the demand that reality match your script. You can still choose, still dream, still plan. You simply stop bargaining your peace for a single result. Sometimes surrender is soft, a day of rest. You once denied yourself a conversation. You stop trying to win a grief. You finally allow to wash through. Sometimes surrender is fierce, walking away from what repeatedly harms your clarity, refusing to mortgage your peace to someone else's approval, saying no without apology because your vow is to truth, not to pleasing. You're not quitting your life. You're quitting the fight with life. Let me offer two small stories. A fisherman spent months mending nets, studying tides, and learning the wind. But each morning he dragged his boat into the sea against the current, cursing the water for being water. One dawn, exhausted, he paused. The tide shifted. He turned the bow and for the first time rode with the swell. He still rode hard, but effort aligned with movement became ease. Nothing mystical happened. Only wisdom. He stopped insisting the ocean should be a lake. A second, a gardener tended a stubborn patch of soil that refused her favorite flowers. She tried fertilizer schedules and new seeds, all with the same demand bloom on my timeline. Then she paid attention. The bed was shaded. The wind tunneled there. The ground held more water than she realized. She planted ferns and hostas instead of roses. The garden flourished, not because she forced it, but because she listened. She didn't love less. She loved accurately. This is the work of mindfulness, to love accurately, to look at conditions with soft eyes and steady courage, to release the fantasy that force is the same as strength. Strength is the spine that bows when needed and stands when called. Strength is the breath that widens the ribcage when fear narrows it. Strength is a kindness to the moment that makes wise action possible. You may fear that surrender will drain your motivation. Notice the opposite. When you're not enslaved to an outcome, you can give yourself without the weight of perfection. Joy returns to the doing. Focus sharpens. You move from performance to presence. If the door closes, you don't collapse. You look for the window. If the plan changes, you adapt without turning against yourself. This is not passivity. It's agility born of trust. Practice lives in small choices. Breathe instead of bracing. Pause before replying. Feel the body and name the truth. Tightness is here. Heat is here. Fear is here. No war, no story, just contact. Then choose the next compassionate step. Put the phone down. Drink water. Step outside. Apologize. Ask for help. Pray. Sit. These aren't tiny. They are seeds, and seeds tended consistently rewire the nervous system toward ease. Of course, pain will still visit. This is a path through suffering, not around it. But pain held in awareness becomes sensation with space. Space lets meaning reveal itself, so the ache in the chest becomes a teacher of boundaries. The clench in the throat becomes a lesson in speech. The weight in the belly becomes a reminder to ground. You won't be crushed by what you can hold gently. You'll meet the inner voice that bargains. If I fix this, I'll be safe. The practice doesn't shame that voice. It sees through it. Thoughts arise due to causes, then pass. Feelings crest, then recede. You are the knowing, not the known. The sky, not the weather. From that sky-like view, trust is no longer a gamble. It's a recognition. You stop demanding guarantees. You start honoring reality. Notice the relief that follows. Less arguing with what already is, more attention to what can be done. Less spending energy on control, more investing it in care. When praise comes, you don't inflate. When criticism lands, you don't shatter. You remain responsive, not reactive. Your center is presence, not persona. This shift ripples outward. Relationships become simpler. You listen to understand, not to defend. You love with boundaries, because compassion without clarity is sentiment, and clarity without compassion is cold. You stop rescuing people from their lessons. You start respecting their path while walking your own with steadiness. If this sounds like faith, it is, but not the kind that closes its eyes. It is the faith born of direct seeing everything changes. Clinging hurts. Awareness heals. Breath by breath, you become trustworthy to yourself. The world may remain unpredictable, but you are less so. You know how to return home to the body, home to the moment, home to the simple goodness of being here. So tonight, let the muscles of control unclench a little. Place your palm over your heart, the other on your belly. Feel the rise and fall that no thinking manages. Whisper inwardly, I can meet this, not because you know what will happen, but because you're willing to be present with whatever does. That willingness is the doorway. Step through. As you do, you'll sense another truth arriving on quiet feet, that life is listening to the quality of your intentions, that what you plant inside becomes the fragrance outside. That action is never just motion, it is message. In the Dharma, we call this karma, not a scoreboard, but a conversation. And surrender teaches you how to speak it clearly. When you begin to notice that life responds not just to what you do, but to the spirit behind your doing, something inside you softens. You start to see that karma isn't a celestial punishment or reward. It's intimacy in motion. Every thought, every tone of voice, every small act carries an imprint. It's like casting pebbles into a still lake. The ripples always return. Not because the universe is keeping score, but because it is whole. Every movement in one part vibrates through the rest. When you understand this, morality stops being a rule book. It becomes listening deep, compassionate, precise, listening to the echo of your own intentions. Karma begins not in the hand that acts, but in the mind that moves before the hand. If you smile out of genuine warmth, the smile carries peace. If you smile to hide resentment, that tension hums beneath the gesture and shapes the moment. Life is sensitive to motive. The cosmos doesn't respond to words or appearances, it responds to resonance. That's why the Buddha said, intention is karma. The seed determines the fruit. It is not fate that binds us. It is unconsciousness. The moment you see clearly, you can plant differently. Imagine you are standing before a mirror. When you frown, the reflection frowns back. When you relax, the reflection relaxes. The mirror isn't punishing or rewarding, it simply reflects. Karma functions the same way. Your experience reflects the quality of your inner state. If you move through the world contracted in fear, you keep meeting situations that mirror that contraction. When you move with open-hearted awareness, life echoes that openness back in unexpected ways. You start to see that you are in constant conversation with existence itself. The question is not whether life is speaking, but whether you are listening. This realization can feel humbling. It removes the comfort of blame. No more cosmic villains, no random misfortunes. Yet it also brings liberation, because it places the key back in your hands. You are not trapped by the past. You are participating in a living process. Even when the current moment is the fruit of old seeds, how you meet it plants the next generation. That's why awareness is the great purifier. The second you see your pattern clearly and respond differently, the cycle begins to change. Karma is not a prison. It's a teacher. Each moment of discomfort is not revenge. It's revelation. Consider a woman who has spent years in relationships where she feels unseen. She blames the world for giving her inattentive partners. One day, she sits quietly and asks, "What am I bringing into each connection?" She notices a habit, an old fear that she must perform to be loved. That fear has been choosing for her, attracting mirrors of itself. She begins to soften, to speak honestly, to pause before she overgives. Slowly, the pattern dissolves. The world didn't change. Her relationship with herself did. That is karma transforming through awareness. Karma operates on 3 doors: body, speech, and mind. Through body we act. Through speech we shape the air between us. Through mind we plant the subtlest seeds. The Buddha urged care at all three levels because each affects the others. A harsh thought may breed harsh words. Harsh words may harden the heart. A hardened heart leads to harmful action. But the chain works both ways. A gentle word can soften anger. A mindful breath can interrupt reactive speech. A single act of patience can reshape the mind itself. Every door is a doorway back to freedom. When you understand karma as conversation, you stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What is this showing me?" You shift from victimhood to participation. Life becomes a mirror so exact that even its painful reflections serve awakening. The person who irritates you is revealing where you still cling to control. The failure that humbles you is revealing where you tied worth to success. The illness that slows you is revealing the pace your soul can actually sustain. None of this is punishment, it's instruction. Each moment invites alignment. This perspective doesn't demand perfection. You will still react, still stumble, still speak in haste, or act from fear. But now, you recognize it sooner. You catch the contraction in real time. You apologize without shame. You adjust the next step. Karma seen clearly becomes compost. What once was heavy and dark becomes fertile ground for wisdom. Even your mistakes can feed awakening when met with honesty. Understanding karma also teaches patience. The seeds you plant today may take seasons to ripen. Some will sprout quickly, a smile returned, a kindness echoed. Others need years, even lifetimes, to bloom. That's why mindfulness and compassion are essential companions on the path. Without them, impatience poisons the soil. With them, you trust the timing. You keep tending, knowing that every act of clarity matters even if the harvest is unseen. This trust changes how you act in the world. You no longer perform goodness for approval or fear of punishment. You act from integrity because harmony feels right in your bones. You begin to live as though the universe were inside you, because it is. The space between inner and outer dissolves. Helping another becomes helping yourself. Harming another becomes harming yourself. You see this not as moral idealism, but as physics of the spirit. When this awareness deepens, compassion arises naturally. You start to understand that others' harmful actions are born from ignorance, fear, and conditioning, just as yours once were. This doesn't excuse wrongdoing. It explains it. It opens the possibility of response without hatred. When you meet pain with understanding instead of blame, you interrupt cycles that might have lasted lifetimes. That is the most radical form of activism, conscious response. The Buddha compared karma to a seed carried in the mind's field. If the seed finds fertile soil, anger meeting anger, it grows. If the soil changes, anger meeting understanding, it dies. Each breath offers you that choice to perpetuate or to transform. Over time, the practice of mindfulness makes this choice less theoretical and more instinctive. You begin to feel the texture of intention before you act. Is it clean or distorted? Expansive or contracted? You start to taste the energy of truth itself. That discernment becomes the compass of your life. There is profound relief in this clarity. You realize that the universe is not random. It is responsive. It doesn't play favorites. It mirrors alignment. When you act from fear, life responds with friction. When you act from love, life opens doors, not because love is rewarded, but because love moves in harmony with the fabric of existence. The dance becomes smoother because you're finally moving in rhythm with the music instead of fighting it. Still, the results aren't always comfortable. Sometimes love demands loss. Sometimes truth dismantles the structures you built on illusion. Karma always brings what serves awakening, not necessarily what pleases the ego. A closed door can be protection. A betrayal can reveal misplaced trust. A delay can prepare the ground for a deeper unfolding. Seen through the lens of wisdom, life stops being unfair. It becomes precise. This is the freedom at the heart of the teaching. You are never being punished. You are being shown. Shown what still binds you, what still drives you unconsciously, what still fears letting go. Karma exposes the knots so they can be untied. When you meet this process with humility instead of resentment, suffering turns to understanding. The same fire that once burned becomes light. And as you live this truth, you start to feel the boundaries between yourself and the universe blur. Your actions are not isolated events. Your every thought ripples outward, shaping the collective field, while the collective shapes you. It's all one web of intention and consequence endlessly weaving itself. When you remember this, reverence arises. You stop moving carelessly. You start walking like someone carrying water in a full cup. Let each step be a prayer, each word a seed, each thought a thread in the tapestry of becoming. This is the art of conscious karma, not to control outcomes, but to infuse causes with clarity. To act as though everything matters, because it does. In this awareness, you walk, gently speak truthfully, and live as if the world were listening because it always is. And as you keep walking this path, another question will begin to shimmer beneath the surface of your understanding. If every cause depends on another, if nothing exists alone, then what truly stands at the center of it all? What is the foundation beneath cause and effect, the stillness beneath movement? That question leads to the next unfolding, the insight the Buddha called emptiness, the revelation that everything, including karma itself, is interdependent, fluid, and free. When you begin to see that every action and reaction is woven into an endless web of causes, a deeper question rises like a whisper beneath the noise. If everything depends on something else, what is truly mine? If every thought, every feeling, every breath arises from conditions beyond our control, then what stands alone? What remains when all borrowed things return to where they came from? This is where the Buddha's teaching turns inward and dissolves the ground beneath the self. It is the insight called emptiness, not a void, but a vastness too full to grasp. Emptiness doesn't mean that nothing exists. It means nothing exists independently. The flower cannot bloom without soil, rain, sun time, and the unseen life beneath the earth. The same is true for you. Your thoughts borrow language from your culture. Your breath borrows air from the trees. Your joy borrows warmth from someone's kindness. You are a meeting point of the universe, not its separate fragment. When this becomes more than an idea, when it is felt in the bones, clinging begins to lose its logic. Why hold so tightly to what was never truly apart from the whole? At first, the idea of emptiness can feel frightening. The mind asks, if nothing is solid, where do I stand? But the question itself reveals the attachment, the need for something unchanging to lean on. Life was never a statue to polish. It has always been a river. The realization of emptiness doesn't erase the river, it teaches you how to float. It invites you to trust motion itself to find stability, not in what stands still, but in what flows without resistance. The sages often use the sky as metaphor. Clouds appear and disappear, yet the sky remains untroubled. Thoughts, sensations, memories all are clouds drifting through the awareness that is your true nature. You are not the passing weather. You are the vastness that holds it. When you rest in that space, fear begins to soften. Loss, which once felt like annihilation, is seen as transformation. Death, which once felt final, becomes another turn in the great exchange of elements. You realize that nothing ever truly disappears, it only changes form. From this view, suffering is no longer a punishment. It is the friction of illusion against truth. Pain arises when you demand permanence from what is inherently moving. You want relationships to last forever, bodies to stay young, plans to unfold exactly as imagined. But the Dharma whispers, everything that comes together will part. To resist this is to live in constant tension. To accept it is to move with grace. Acceptance doesn't mean indifference. It means tenderness toward reality as it is. Imagine holding a handful of sand. Clench your fist and it slips away. Open your palm and it rests there peacefully. This is how the awakened live with open hands. They still love, still act, still care deeply, but they do so without the grip of ownership. They know that love is a current, not a cage. That joy is a visitor, not a possession. That even grief, when held softly, can purify the heart. Emptiness, then, is not nihilism. It is the ground of compassion. Because when you see that you are made of the same causes and conditions as every being, judgment begins to dissolve. You no longer see enemies, only participants in the same fragile, miraculous unfolding. Their ignorance is not separate from yours. Their awakening will illuminate you as well. From this insight, compassion arises naturally, not as moral effort, but as recognition. How could I harm another when there is no true other? In meditation, the taste of emptiness often comes as silence, not the absence of sound, but the absence of division. You are breathing, and the world is breathing with you. The boundary fades. Awareness expands until there is no center, no edge, only the hum of existence happening by itself. When you open your eyes after such a moment, colors seem sharper, air softer. The ordinary world hasn't changed. You have. You see through the transparency of things, through their impermanence, and instead of despair, you feel awe. Life becomes tender because it is fleeting. Every encounter becomes holy because it cannot be repeated. The realization of emptiness also loosens the identity you cling to. The roles you play, parent, lover, teacher, seeker, are temporary garments. Useful, beautiful even, but not ultimate. When one falls away, you remain. When another appears, you wear it lightly. You stop demanding that your story prove your worth. You stop defending the mask. This doesn't make you apathetic. It makes you real. The self becomes a tool, not a prison. As attachment fades, creativity awakens. You begin to act not from compulsion, but from play. When you no longer need the world to confirm who you are, you can engage with it freely. Like a dancer moving without choreography, you meet each moment freshly. Mistakes lose their sting. Success loses its fever. Life turns into an improvisation, guided by awareness rather than control. This is the art of living from emptiness, vivid, flexible, alive. There's a Zen story of a monk who asked his teacher, "What is the essence of the teaching?" The teacher replied, "An empty cup." The monk frowned, confused. The teacher smiled, poured tea until it overflowed, and said, "When your cup is full of ideas, how can you taste anything new?" Emptiness is that empty cup, ready to receive. The world keeps pouring its lessons, but only the open heart can hold them. Understanding emptiness also transforms fear of change. You see that endings are not erasures, but doorways. A chapter closing means the ink is drying for another. The river never stops flowing, and because it moves, it stays clean. To cling would be to stagnate. To flow is to renew. Every breath models this truth you inhale. You release, you die, and are reborn 1,000 times each day. You don't need to be certain of tomorrow to trust this rhythm. You just need to feel it happening now. And yet this understanding is not achieved once and for all. It deepens through living. Each loss, each gain, each small surrender becomes another brushstroke in the painting of wisdom. The ego will keep returning, whispering, "Hold on." Define yourself. Secure your place. Smile at it. Thank it for trying to protect you. Then return to the breath, to the space behind thought. Let identity dissolve again and again. Each time it does, compassion rushes in like light through an open window. As you keep practicing, the question, "Who am I?" loses its edge. You stop searching for an answer and start living as the question itself, fluid, spacious, awake. You no longer need to prove existence. You experience it directly. The more you release, the more intimate everything becomes. The wind on your face is not outside you. The pain in another's eyes is not foreign. You and the world are two sides of one breath. This is the paradox of emptiness. When you realize nothing has a fixed essence, everything becomes infinitely precious, because it is all temporary, it is all sacred, because it is all connected, it is all worthy of care. The veil of separation thins, until even suffering gleams with quiet purpose. The universe is not indifferent. It is intimate. It is you learning to know itself through change. So rest in this spaciousness. Let it wash through the mind like clear water through a muddy stream. Don't rush to grasp it or turn it into philosophy. Feel it. Let it move your breath, soften your shoulders, widen your gaze. You don't have to understand emptiness. You are made of it. And that is the deepest trust, not that life will go as you wish, but that you and life are not two. Stay here a moment longer. Feel the stillness between heartbeats. That stillness is the same space in which galaxies spin. That silence is the same silence that held the Buddha under the Bodhi tree. It is here now in you. Always has been, always will be. And as awareness deepens into that silence, another understanding begins to dawn. If nothing exists independently, then every moment is co-created, every joy and sorrow born from countless intertwined causes. This is the next revelation, the truth of dependent origination, the law that shows how everything arises together. When the Buddha first described the chain of dependent origination, he wasn't offering an abstract law of the universe. He was describing the fabric of our lives. Every moment, he said, is a meeting of causes and conditions. Every breath is both consequence and seed. Nothing stands alone. The rain depends on the sea depends on the clouds depend on the wind, and the wind is shaped by the warmth of the sun. So too, your sadness, your joy, your patience, your anger, none arise by accident. Each is a child of countless parents. To see this is to awaken from the dream of isolation. You realize that the story called My Life is not a single line, but a web, and each strand vibrates with the movement of all the others. The food you eat, the air you breathe, the words you speak, all trace their lineage to stars that burned long before you were born. Even your thoughts are inherited echoes of voices, cultures, ancestors, and experiences. When you grasp this, pride and shame both lose their grip. You stop taking credit for every success, stop drowning in guilt for every mistake. You begin to bow to everything and everyone because you see that nothing arises without infinite help. Imagine walking through a forest after rain. The air hums with unseen life roots, exchanging messages, mushrooms breaking down fallen leaves, small seeds waiting for spring. You realize that what looks like stillness is actually collaboration. This is dependent origination, the understanding that nothing breathes alone. Your inhale is the tree's exhale. Their leaves are your lungs turned inside out. To breathe consciously is to participate in this ancient covenant. The Buddha illustrated this truth through 12 links, a spiral of causes that give rise to suffering ignorance, leading to mental formations, formations to consciousness, consciousness to name and form, and on through craving, clinging, becoming birth, aging, and death. But the chain is not only a map of suffering, it's a key to freedom. Because if each link depends on the one before it, then awareness inserted at any point can interrupt the pattern. Seeing clearly dissolves ignorance. Meeting craving with mindfulness dissolves clinging. The chain becomes a circle of awakening instead of bondage. In daily life, this means you can stop any storm mid-spiral. A harsh word doesn't have to become a day of resentment. A thought of fear doesn't have to blossom into panic. The moment you pause, breathe, and notice. This is craving, this is aversion. The link weakens. You are no longer a puppet of your habits. You become a participant in your liberation. This understanding reshapes how you see others. When someone lashes out, you begin to sense the hidden chain behind their reaction, the stress, the conditioning, the forgotten wound. You may still set boundaries, but your heart no longer hardens. You stop seeing evil as essence. You see suffering as cause. This doesn't make you naive. It makes you precise. Compassion grounded in insight is not sentimental. It is realistic love. There's a story of two monks walking beside a swollen river. One rescues a drowning scorpion only to be stung. The other says, "Why did you save it?" The first replies, "It is the scorpion's nature to sting and mine to help." Dependent origination reveals that neither is separate. The scorpion's sting and the monk's compassion arise from infinite threads. Understanding this, the monk doesn't hate the sting. He sees the web and acts from clarity. Compassion born from wisdom doesn't need reward. It acts because it must. Dependent origination also humbles you. The ego wants to believe in solitary achievement. I built this. I did this. But nothing you've ever created existed in isolation. The idea came from somewhere, the materials from others, the energy from food grown by unseen hands. To recognize this is not to diminish your effort, but to situate it truthfully. It transforms gratitude from polite sentiment into worldview. You start thanking everything: the morning light, the quiet stranger, even the obstacles, because each is a condition shaping the next breath. This insight becomes especially powerful in times of suffering. When pain arises, the mind often says, "Why me?" But dependent origination reframes the question, what conditions gave rise to this, and which can I now nurture to bring relief? Instead of blaming fate, you tend to causes. Maybe your anxiety isn't personal failure, but the natural result of exhaustion, isolation, or unkind inner speech. You begin to adjust conditions instead of condemning yourself. You rest, you connect, you practice gentler thought, and slowly, the web shifts. It's the same with joy. Joy, too, is conditioned. It doesn't arrive out of nowhere. It grows from generosity presence, right relationship enough rest, and small moments of wonder. Seeing this makes joy less fragile because it's no longer luck. It's cultivation. If the flower wilts, you don't despair. You tend the soil again. You trust the law of cause and effect. Dependent origination also invites reverence for time, because if everything depends on conditions, then every moment is both result and cause, past flowing into present, present into future. The words you speak now may ripple for generations. The kindness you show today could become someone's courage years from now. You may never witness its bloom, but you trust it will bloom somewhere. This faith turns patience into strength. When you live with this awareness, guilt softens and responsibility deepens. You stop expecting perfection from yourself or others, knowing that everyone is entangled in causes they barely understand. But you also stop excusing harm, because you see that new causes are always being planted. Freedom lies in choice, not in changing the past, but in transforming how you meet it. This understanding even transforms your relationship with uncertainty. You no longer need to control every thread. You begin to trust the pattern as it weaves itself. You do what you can as clearly as you can and let the rest unfold. The web is too vast for one mind to manage, but not too vast for one heart to love. Dependent origination isn't abstract doctrine, it's intimacy made visible. When you watch the dawn, you see how light depends on darkness for contrast. When you share silence with a friend, you feel how presence depends on listening. When you lose someone you love, you sense how grief depends on love's depth. Nothing stands apart. Even loss is connection seen from another angle. If you remember this, arrogance fades, despair loosens, and gratitude becomes the language of your body. You begin to live like a gardener of conditions, not a controller of outcomes, watering compassion, pruning resentment, planting understanding. You trust that the smallest act of awareness changes the soil of existence itself. And as this trust deepens, another realization begins to shimmer just beneath it. If every experience depends on conditions, and every condition depends on others, then what do we mean when we say, I? Where is the solid self who owns any of it? The teaching begins to turn inward again, toward the most radical of the Buddha's insights, anatta, no self. When the Buddha spoke of anatta, the doctrine of no self, he was not denying existence, he was freeing it. He was pointing to a truth so simple that the mind, desperate for complexity, keeps missing it. What you call I is a stream, not a statue. You are verbs mistaken for nouns, motion mistaken for identity. The self, so solid in imagination, is a story being told anew each instant. When the telling stops, there is silence, not annihilation, but space. From childhood, we are trained to build an image of me, my name, my body, my history, my preferences, my possessions. These fragments form a mask that feels stable because we repeat it, but look closely and you'll see that none of it remains the same. The body renews itself cell by cell. Memories blur, opinions shift. Even your face changes every morning in the mirror. What is the I that claims ownership of this parade? Where does it live when you sleep, when you forget yourself in music, or love, or laughter? The Buddha compared the self to a chariot. It's assembled from wheels, axles, reins, and a seat. When the parts are gathered, we name it chariot, but remove the pieces one by one, where is the chariot? Then the name was convenience, not essence. The same is true of you. The body, feelings, perceptions, impulses, and consciousness. These 5 aggregates combine, and we say person. But each is changing. dependent and empty of self. The name is shorthand for a miracle of cooperation, not proof of an independent soul. To glimpse this truth is to experience a strange liberation. The walls of mine and yours begin to thin. The pain you've been protecting starts to dissolve because there's no fixed self to defend it. The joy you cling to becomes lighter because there's no owner to hoard it. What remains is flow, a luminous continuity of causes, endlessly arising and fading, each moment a birth and a death. But the mind resists this view. It asks if there is no self who suffers, who acts, who loves. The answer lies in the middle way. The Buddha didn't say there is nothing. He said there is no separate thing. Function continues, but the fiction of ownership fades. The body still walks, the mouth still speaks, love still flows, but without the heavy pronoun of ego attached. Compassion moves freely when it no longer has to serve an I. Think of the ocean. Each wave has shape, rhythm, even a name for a moment, but it's still the ocean. The wave cannot exist apart from the sea, and the sea does not begrudge the wave its form. You too are a wave rising and falling in the vast water of consciousness. When you forget this fear, arises the fear of vanishing, of being small. When you remember, peace returns. To dissolve is not to die. It is to belong. This insight of no self is not a theory to memorize. It's an experience that unfolds as you pay attention. Watch the mind closely. A thought of worry arises, stays a while, and goes. Another thought follows. None lasts. None belongs. Even the watcher, that quiet observer you think is you, is another process. Awareness watching awareness, infinite regress, until only seeing remains. And seeing itself has no owner. At first, this can feel disorienting, as if the ground beneath you were melting. But stay with it. The melting reveals something wondrous: freedom. When there is no fixed self, there is nothing to protect, nothing to prove, nothing to lose. The craving that fuels suffering loosens its grip because there's no one left to crave. Anger dissolves because there's no separate other to fight. Fear evaporates because there's no boundary to threaten. What remains is openness, vast and intimate, like the sky seeing itself. This understanding transforms how you live. When insulted, you no longer feel personally wounded. Words are just sounds meeting air. When praised, you don't inflate. Pleasant vibrations pass through awareness like music through wind. Life continues, but the drama softens. The world still moves, but you no longer mistake its motion for your identity. And something beautiful happens. Love deepens. Not the possessive love that says, "You complete me," but the spacious love that whispers, "We are the same water." When the illusion of I dissolves, empathy becomes instinct. The suffering of others is felt directly, not as moral duty, but as shared heartbeat. This is compassion without boundaries, the love that heals without trying. A traveler once asked a Zen master, "What is the self?" The master pointed to the sky and said, "Do you see that cloud? That is you, and the wind that moves it, also you." The traveler asked, "And when the cloud disappears?" The master smiled, "Then you are the blue." To live from this insight is to stop clinging to the weather of your identity and rest in the sky of awareness. You still play your roles: child, parent, friend, lover. But like an actor who knows it's a play, you move with sincerity, without believing the costume is real. You care deeply and let go easily. You give everything and demand nothing. No self is not self-erasure. It is self-transparency. You don't disappear. you become clear enough for light to pass through, the light of wisdom, the warmth of compassion. In that clarity, the universe sees itself through your eyes. You are not nothing. You are everything expressed locally for a while. When this becomes your lived experience, humility arises naturally. You stop seeking superiority because there's no separate one to elevate. You stop fearing inferiority because there's no one to diminish. You rest in equality with all things, the grass, the stars, the stranger's breath. The boundaries of selfhood dissolve into reverence. This is why the Buddha smiled after enlightenment. He didn't discover a cosmic secret. He remembered what was always true. The self he had spent lifetimes defending was never real to begin with. It was a mirage born of craving a trick of reflection in the mind's mirror. Seeing through it, he laughed not out of cynicism, but relief. The game was over. To realize no self is to move through the world like wind touching everything, grasping nothing. It is to speak from silence, to act without claim, to love without agenda. It is to let the universe live itself through you unimpeded. This is freedom that cannot be lost because it was never gained. And yet, as the illusion of I dissolves, another wonder arises. If there is no fixed self, how can awareness still witness love and respond with wisdom? What is this consciousness that knows? What is the nature of this luminous mind that shines through all forms yet belongs to none? That question leads us deeper into the next turning of the Dharma, the exploration of the nature of consciousness itself, the boundless mirror in which all phenomena appear and disappear. When the Buddha sat beneath the Bodhi tree, what awakened was not a new belief, but a direct seeing into the nature of mind itself. He saw that awareness, the knowing quality behind every experience, is not something we create. It does not begin with birth or end with death. It is the silent field in which birth and death unfold. The body breathes, sensations rise and fall, thoughts appear and fade, yet the knowing remains untouched. That knowing is not personal. It has no shape, no name, no boundary. It is like a mirror. It reflects everything, yet is stained by nothing. You have glimpsed this mirror countless times, those moments when stillness arrives without effort, when you watch the sky, and suddenly there is only seeing, no seer. When you listen to rain and realize you are not separate from the sound. When laughter bursts from you before you can think, or tears fall without a reason you can name. In those moments, awareness reveals itself spacious, clear, luminous. The mind that usually divides the world into me, and it falls silent and reality shines through. This awareness is not a possession. You cannot lose it because you never owned it. Even in confusion, awareness is present. It's simply obscured by clouds of thought and emotion. Just as the sun never stops shining even when hidden by storms, awareness never stops knowing. It is the background hum of existence, the one constant behind all change. Realizing this is not an intellectual act, but a recognition, like suddenly noticing that you have been breathing all along. At first, the idea that awareness is boundless may sound mystical. But look directly when you close your eyes, thoughts arise. Where do they come from? Where do they go? You can observe their birth and death, but the observer itself has no edges. Try to locate it. It slips through the fingers of attention. You can't find awareness as an object because it is the subject of everything. It is the screen on which the movie of life is projected, yet it is not altered by the story. The more deeply you rest in awareness, the more you discover its qualities. It is open like space. It is knowing like light. It is compassionate like water that embraces whatever enters it. When you identify with this awareness instead of the passing contents of mind, suffering begins to thin. You realize that pain, fear, joy, and love are waves in the same ocean of knowing. None can drown you because you are the water itself. There's a story of a monk who asked his master, "What is Buddha?" The master replied, "Mind is Buddha." The monk asked, "What is mind?" The master answered, "Not mind." At first, this sounds like contradiction, but it's a pointer. When you look for mind as an object, it vanishes. What remains is awareness without an owner, empty of self, yet full of knowing. This is the luminous mind, Pabasarasita, radiant, pure, always here. The tragedy of human life is not that awareness is absent, but that we overlook it. We chase experiences, knowledge, possessions, and identity, all the while ignoring the stillness in which chasing occurs. Meditation is the art of remembering. To sit quietly and let thoughts settle is to allow the muddy water to clear itself. The more you relax, the clearer the mirror becomes. And in that clarity, you see that awareness is not inside you. You are inside it. When you abide as awareness, life continues normally. You still speak, eat, plan, and love. But something fundamental shifts. You are no longer entangled in the drama. Joy arises, you appreciate it without grasping. Pain arises, you meet it without fear. Awareness is like the sky holding both sunshine and storm. It prefers neither, it just is. Over time, this seeing transforms how you relate to everything. People cease to be characters in your private play. They are movements of the same consciousness wearing different faces. Even conflict begins to look different. You may still act firmly, even fiercely, but your actions are guided by clarity rather than ego. Compassion becomes effortless because you no longer perceive true separation. When awareness looks through your eyes, it sees itself everywhere. This insight also transforms your understanding of death. You see that what dies is form-body memory, the temporary constellation of conditions we call a person. Awareness itself cannot die because it was never born. When the candle burns out, the flame doesn't go anywhere. It merges back into the field of fire. Likewise, when the body ends, awareness simply returns to its own vastness. From the standpoint of the luminous mind, death is just another change of scenery. Yet this truth is not meant to make you indifferent to life. Quite the opposite, it makes life radiant. When you know that each moment is awareness playing with itself, everything becomes sacred. The taste of water, the sound of footsteps, the smile of a stranger, all are expressions of the same light. Gratitude arises naturally because existence itself feels miraculous. You begin to see that heaven and earth were never apart. They meet wherever awareness recognizes itself. To rest in awareness is not to escape the world, but to meet it completely. The body moves through time, but awareness remains timeless. You can wash dishes, walk the dog, or hold a loved one's hand, all while resting in this open field. Action and stillness merge. Doing becomes being. Life becomes meditation. The mind will sometimes drift back into identification, whispering, "This is my awareness, my insight, my awakening." Smile at it. That too is just another wave in the ocean. No need to fight it, no need to believe it. Simply notice. The noticing itself is the return. Awareness doesn't need to defend itself. It only needs to be recognized. As this recognition stabilizes, the distinction between spiritual and ordinary life dissolves. Every moment, however mundane, becomes a doorway to the infinite. Drinking tea, watching traffic, feeling the warmth of sunlight, Each is the luminous mind experiencing its own reflection. There is nothing to add, nothing to remove. The seeker disappears, and what remains is presence. From this place, wisdom flows naturally. Because awareness is unbound, it sees without distortion. It acts spontaneously from compassion, not calculation. It speaks truth not to persuade, but because silence itself finds expression as words. It loves without reason, because love is its nature. And yet, even this radiant understanding carries a subtle danger. The mind can cling to the experience of spaciousness, turning it into another identity. I am awareness. I am the witness. This too is attachment. The Buddha warned that even the concept of enlightenment must eventually be released. The ultimate freedom lies not in being awareness, but in realizing there has never been a boundary between awareness and what is known. Seer and seen subject and object dissolve into a single seamless field. This is the mystery beyond language, the union of emptiness and form, stillness and motion, wisdom and compassion. To taste it is to wake up from the dream of separation, not into nothingness, but into wholeness, so complete it needs no name. And as you rest in this wordless intimacy, the teaching turns once more, inviting you to bring the luminous mind into the heart of daily living, to walk, speak, and love as awareness in motion. This is the path of compassion in action, where wisdom becomes service and stillness learns to move. When awareness wakes up to itself, the first thing it feels is tenderness, not triumph, not power tenderness. A quiet ache for all beings still caught in the storm of separation. It's as if the universe, remembering itself through you, suddenly sees every wound it has ever carried, every cry, every loss, every lonely night. And from that seeing, compassion begins not as emotion, but as gravity, a pull toward healing, toward service, toward love in action. This is what Buddhism calls karuna, the compassion that flows naturally from wisdom. When you see that there is no separate self, you also see there are no others. Their suffering is not apart from yours. It is a ripple in the same water. To respond with care is not moral obligation. It's the only sane reaction to truth. The awakened heart does not choose compassion. It can no longer do otherwise. At first, compassion may appear gentle, soft eyes, kind words, patience in small things. But as it deepens, it takes many forms. Sometimes it is fierce, setting boundaries, saying no, protecting what must be protected. Sometimes it is silent, listening without fixing. Sometimes it is invisible, a quiet prayer, a moment of understanding no one will ever see. Compassion wears infinite faces because it flows wherever awareness touches pain. To live this compassion, you don't need to become a saint or a monk. You only need to be awake where you are. When you are present, every encounter becomes a chance to ease the world's tension. A kind word at the right moment, a pause before reacting an act of generosity without witness. These are the threads that mend the fabric of existence. You are not separate from the healing you long for. You are that healing in motion. This path is not sentimental. True compassion does not avoid suffering. It walks straight into it with open eyes. It feels the pain of the world fully without collapsing under it. It understands that to heal does not mean to fix everything, but to remain open in the presence of what cannot yet be fixed. This kind of strength is quiet, but it changes everything. There's a story of Avalokiteshvara, the bodhisattva of infinite compassion. She vowed to listen to the cries of all beings and not rest until every suffering heart was free. When she heard the endless wailing of the world, her own heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. But instead of despair, something miraculous happened. Each fragment became an eye, a hand, a way of seeing and serving. The brokenness itself became her power. Compassion works the same way in you. The moments that once broke, you open loss. Heartbreak, disappointment are not obstacles to awakening. They are training. Each wound becomes an eye through which the universe can see more clearly. Each heartbreak becomes a hand that knows how to reach gently. You learn to hold pain without being drowned by it. You learn to stand in fire without burning away. And as compassion matures, it begins to dissolve the final illusion that you are the one doing the helping. You start to see that love acts through you, not from you. You become a hollow flute through which the wind of awareness sings. The ego may whisper, "I am doing good," but the heart knows better. It knows that goodness flows on its own, as naturally as rivers seek the sea. This humility is freedom. When you no longer claim ownership of compassion, you stop measuring your worth by results. You serve because it is the most natural expression of truth. Sometimes your actions will change the world. Sometimes they will seem to change nothing at all. Either way, you remain steady because your peace is not tied to outcomes. Compassion is not performance, it is presence. To live from this presence is to let life use you as it wishes. You may teach or build or parent or simply breathe with awareness, but beneath all forms, the same current moves. The Buddha once said, "Like the moon, a wise person shines without burning." That light is compassion, guided by wisdom, gentle enough to soothe, strong enough to endure. As you embody this, daily life becomes sacred. Washing dishes becomes an act of care. Listening becomes prayer. Breathing becomes service to all beings who share the same air. You stop separating spirituality from practicality. Every moment becomes a chance to relieve suffering, however small. And something paradoxical unfolds. The more you give, the more whole you feel. Because in giving you, remember what you are. The Bodhisattva's vow to awaken for the sake of all beings is not a burden. It's a homecoming. Each time you act with compassion, you return to your natural state. You return to the heart of the luminous mind moving. But compassion doesn't mean carrying the world's pain alone. The awakened heart knows balance. It rests when tired laughs, when it can weeps when it must. It trusts that every being will awaken in their own time. It doesn't rush the process or demand perfection. It simply keeps showing up with patience, with courage, with tenderness. This trust turns compassion into joy. Not the joy of escape, but the joy of participation, the joy of knowing that your small gestures are part of something vast. A smile becomes an offering to the cosmos. A single mindful breath becomes a contribution to peace. You no longer seek purpose in grand achievements. You find it in presence itself. And as this living compassion matures, it begins to radiate silently. Even when you say nothing, people feel it. Even when you do nothing, the field around you changes. Compassion becomes less about doing and more about being. You become a steady flame in a flickering world, not because you try to shine, but because you have stopped hiding your light. This is how wisdom becomes love, and love becomes wisdom. One sees clearly, the other acts kindly. Together, they form the heartbeat of the awakened life. The Buddha called this the middle way, not detached, not entangled, but fully alive in both clarity and care. And as compassion flows outward, it reveals one final truth. that awakening is not the end of the path, but the beginning of belonging. To awaken is to finally remember what has always been true. You were never separate from anything. The web you once feared is love itself, holding you in every direction. From here, the journey continues not upward, not forward, but inward and outward at once, like breath. Each inhale a return to awareness, each exhale a gift to the world. This is the rhythm of an awakened life. When compassion ripens, it opens the eye that sees connection everywhere. You begin to notice that nothing, no breath, no heartbeat, no thought exists in isolation. This is the truth of interbeing, the teaching Thich Nhat Hanh offered the world with such quiet, luminous clarity. It's a word born from direct seeing, not philosophy. To interbe means to exist through everything else. It means the line between this and that is thinner than breath. Look closely at anything, a flower, a cup of tea, even your own hand, and the web reveals itself. The flower contains the rain, the soil, the sunlight, the ancient stars that forged the minerals in its stem. The cup of tea holds the clouds that drifted across mountains, the farmers who tended the leaves, the laughter of those who harvested them, and the fire that heated the water. And your hand moving to lift the cup carries the genes of your ancestors, the nutrients of the earth, the air exhaled by trees. There is no separate self drinking tea. There is only the universe tasting itself. This is not poetry. It is the structure of reality. Everything depends on everything. Every thought you have changes the chemistry of your body. Every word you speak alters the energy around you. The smile you offer to a stranger may ripple through 1,000 unseen lives. The small act you dismiss as nothing may shift the course of the whole. We are threads in an infinite fabric, delicate, essential, alive. When you truly feel this judgment softens, how could you condemn the other when the other is part of your own being? How could you dismiss the earth as resource when it is your own breath made visible? Interbeing dissolves the illusion of distance. It transforms compassion from emotion into understanding. You don't love others because you should. You love them because they are you in another form. Thich Nhat Hanh used to hold up a sheet of paper and say, "In this paper, I see the cloud. Without the cloud, there is no rain. Without the rain, no tree. Without the tree, no paper. So when you touch the paper, you touch the cloud. When you touch anything deeply, you touch everything. And when you harm one thread of the web, the whole vibrates." This understanding changes how you live. You eat with awareness, knowing the lives intertwined in your meal. You breathe with gratitude, aware that each inhale is a gift from the trees, each exhale a gift returned. You walk more gently because the ground beneath your feet is not separate. It is part of your body, part of your becoming. Interbeing also changes how you view suffering. When someone hurts you, you begin to see the long chain of conditions that shaped their actions, the pain they inherited, the fear they never learned to name. This doesn't excuse harm, but it reveals that no one stands outside the web. Even cruelty arises from ignorance, from disconnection. And so instead of hatred, you feel understanding. Instead of revenge, you wish healing. And this applies inwardly too. The parts of yourself you reject, the anger, the doubt, the sorrow, are not enemies. They are conditions that arose to protect you once. They too are part of the web. When you meet them with awareness, they soften. The inner and outer worlds mirror each other. Healing one helps heal the other. In interbeing, time itself begins to blur. You see that the present contains both past and future. The way you breathe today is shaped by the breaths of those who came before you. The kindness you offer now may bloom generations from now. Nothing is lost. Every action, every intention ripples through eternity. This insight brings both humility and responsibility. You realize that your smallest choices matter more than you ever imagined. You may feel small in the vastness of this web, but interbeing shows that smallness is sacred. A single raindrop sustains a seed. A single kind word can shift a life. You don't need to save the world. You only need to tend your thread with care. When you do, the whole fabric strengthens. This truth also heals the loneliness that shadows so many hearts. You begin to understand that isolation is illusion. The loneliness itself is a call from the web, a signal that you've forgotten your belonging. When you sit quietly and breathe, you can feel the entire world breathing with you. The wind in the trees, the tides of the ocean, the subtle rhythm of all living things. You are not alone. You have never been alone. To live in awareness of interbeing is to live with reverence. You begin to see holiness everywhere in the ants rebuilding their home in the hum of traffic in the face of a stranger on the street. Nothing is mundane. Every sound, every sight, every breath is part of the cosmic dialogue. Life speaks in 1,000 voices, and awareness is how you listen. But interbeing is not just a way of seeing, it's a way of acting. Once you feel the web, you naturally want to protect it. Environmental care stops being activism. It becomes self-care. Justice ceases to be ideology. It becomes compassion extended through society. Peace ceases to be an ideal. It becomes the natural rhythm of understanding. You no longer divide the world into me and them. Every act of care, however small, becomes a form of devotion. And yet even this insight can be misunderstood. Some hear interbeing and think it means dissolving into passivity, losing individuality. But true interbeing doesn't erase the self, it reveals it as relational. Just as a cell has identity within the body, you have identity within the cosmos. You are not meant to vanish. You are meant to harmonize. To play your note fully knowing it adds to the music of the whole. Thich Nhat Hanh called this being peace. Not making peace, not seeking peace, being it. When your presence is grounded in awareness of interbeing, peace radiates naturally. You become a place of refuge for others, a reminder that belonging is not something to achieve. It's what we already are. The more you live in this truth, the more the boundaries between self and world blur into love. You find yourself bowing not as a ritual, but as a spontaneous act of gratitude. Bowing to the earth, to the rain, to the breath, to the faces you pass. Each bow says the same thing: thank you. I see you. We are one. And as this realization deepens, another question begins to form, not as philosophy, but as wonder. If everything is connected, what is guiding the whole? What is this mysterious intelligence that orchestrates the dance of causes and conditions, the rhythm behind every heartbeat, every sunrise, every act of grace? That question leads to the next turning of understanding, the meeting point between mindfulness and the living intelligence of the universe itself, where awareness becomes attunement to the cosmic rhythm of now. When you look deeply into interbeing, you start to sense that the web is not random. Beneath the weave of cause and effect, there is an order, not mechanical, not imposed, but alive. The universe is not chaos masquerading as pattern. It is pattern revealing itself through chaos. The old mystics called it Dharma, the law of reality as it truly is. Science calls it the field, or the code, or the unfolding of energy. But all these words point to the same mystery life knows how to live. Consider this: a seed falls into soil, splits open and reaches upward toward light it has never seen. The embryo inside a mother's womb becomes a heart, a spine, a mind, all without instruction. Galaxies spin in balance, bees find flowers, the tide rises to kiss the moon. Intelligence is not something added to the universe, it is the universe. Awareness and order are not separate. They are the twin wings of reality. When the Buddha spoke of Dharma, he wasn't describing a moral code handed down from above. He was pointing to the natural law of harmony that underlies all things. Fire burns, water flows, compassion heals, greed harms. To live in alignment with Dharma is to move with the current instead of against it. The awakened life is not rebellion against the cosmos, it is cooperation with its wisdom. Most of our suffering comes from forgetting this. We try to outthink the current to force the river to flow our way. We call this control ambition success, but the river is wiser than our plans. When we fight its course, we tire. When we listen, we arrive. The universe speaks through experience. It whispers through synchronicities, through intuition, through the quiet, knowing that arises when the mind stops shouting. Have you ever noticed how the right person appears just when you're ready? How the path clears when you finally stop pushing? How silence answers questions words cannot. These are not coincidences. They are the gentle movements of an intelligence too vast to comprehend, yet intimate enough to breathe through you. To attune to this intelligence, you must learn the art of stillness. Not the stillness of apathy, but the stillness of listening. When the mind quiets, perception sharpens. You begin to sense subtle harmonies beneath surface noise, the way each moment contains its own instruction. Awareness becomes a compass that doesn't point north, but now. Imagine the universe as a symphony. Each being, each event, each breath is a note. The ego plays out of time trying to lead the song. But when awareness expands, you realize there is no conductor and no soloist, only music playing itself. To live in harmony is to listen deeply enough to know when to move, when to rest, when to let silence sing. The Taoists called this Wu Wei, effortless action. It is not passivity, but precision. A leaf doesn't resist the wind, it dances. A wave doesn't fight gravity, it rides it. When your actions arise from stillness rather than striving, they carry the force of the whole behind them. Things unfold with grace, not because you control them, but because you've stopped obstructing what wants to happen. This is not fatalism, it is partnership. The universe is not a puppet master pulling strings. It is a dancer inviting you into step. Your intuition, your curiosity, your yearning for truth. These are the ways it calls you. Trust them. When you follow such impulses without clinging to outcome, you begin to notice how easily life moves through you. Decisions become simple. Creativity flows without fear. Even challenges arrive as teachers, not enemies. Every moment, the intelligence of the universe is communicating with you. It speaks in sensations, coincidences, sudden insights. It speaks through heartbreak and laughter, through resistance and release. To hear it, you must become fluent in silence. You must learn to trust that the same wisdom guiding the stars also guides your next breath. This realization changes how you act in the world. Planning becomes lighter. Prayer becomes listening, and surrender becomes participation. You begin to see guidance everywhere in the timing of a red light that slows you down just enough to notice a sunset, in the unexpected delay that saves you from harm, in the stranger's kindness that shifts your entire day. Awareness tunes you to the invisible choreography of life. As you align with this intelligence, fear begins to dissolve. You stop needing certainty because you start to sense coherence. Even pain, when viewed from a wider lens, feels purposeful. The storm that uproots the forest clears space for sunlight. The ending you mourn becomes the doorway to transformation. You begin to see that the universe wastes nothing. Everything, even suffering, serves awakening. This trust is not blind faith. It's experiential. You test it, and it proves true. Again and again, life shows that when you act from clarity and kindness, the path opens, perhaps not as you imagined, but as you need. You realize that Dharma doesn't reward or punish. It balances. It restores harmony where ignorance has created tension. From this trust arises a new way of living, less driven by fear, more guided by resonance. Instead of asking, "What do I want?" you begin to ask, "What wants to move through me?" Instead of controlling you, collaborate. You listen, respond, adjust flow. The dance becomes joyful because you're no longer dancing alone. This understanding also deepens humility. You see that the same intelligence that turns galaxies also turns your thoughts. You stop dividing the sacred from the ordinary. Washing your hands becomes as holy as meditation. Helping a stranger becomes as meaningful as prayer. Every act performed in awareness aligns with the cosmic rhythm. The smallest gesture, a kind glance, a patient breath, is part of the universal heartbeat. And yet, even this attunement requires vigilance. The ego loves to disguise itself as wisdom, whispering, "I am in harmony. I am enlightened." But the moment you claim authorship of grace, you step out of its flow. The real sign of alignment is not grandiosity, but gentleness. The river doesn't boast. It nourishes quietly. When your presence leaves peace in its wake, you are in tune. The more you surrender to this intelligence, the more wonder you feel. You start to notice that the universe is not merely intelligent, it is intimate. It seems to know you personally, not as an individual ego, but as an essential thread in its design. You begin to realize the universe is not happening to you. It is happening as you. And as this understanding deepens, another mystery comes into view, a question as ancient as consciousness itself. If the universe is aware, then what is this awareness aware of? What is the source beyond form and intelligence, beyond even existence and non-existence? That question leads us to the edge of thought, into the silent heart of reality, the realm the Buddha called nirvana, the cessation of all grasping, the peace beyond becoming. Nirvana is not a place. It is not a heaven above the clouds or a hidden realm waiting at the end of effort. It is the quiet center of reality that has never moved, never changed, never been lost. The Buddha called it the unborn, the unmade, the deathless, the space beyond becoming, beyond dissolution. To touch it is not to travel anywhere. It is to cease traveling, to stop searching and notice the silence that was always underneath the search itself. For lifetimes, the human mind has been trained to chase. It chases peace, knowledge, love, success, and even enlightenment. It turns every moment into a means toward another. But nirvana is the collapse of that pattern, the end of the chase. When grasping ends, peace appears not as a reward, but as what was always there. Like waves settling back into the ocean, like wind becoming still, the mind returns to its natural state, vast, luminous, without agenda. You cannot achieve nirvana because achievement itself belongs to the realm of becoming. You can only recognize it the way you recognize silence after the music stops. It is not gained, it is uncovered. When craving and aversion dissolve, when identification with form loosens, what remains is pure being, untouched, unbothered, infinite. This state cannot be described because every description belongs to the mind, and the mind itself becomes quiet in nirvana. Words can point toward it, but the finger is not the moon. The early scriptures used negation: not born, not bound, not dying. But in truth, nirvana is not nothingness. It is freedom from the tyranny of opposites. It is beyond the play of yes and no, existence and non-existence. It is what remains when the fire of craving has gone out, not darkness, but the gentle glow of peace. Imagine a candle burning in a room. The flame dances beautifully, but it also flickers, consuming itself moment by moment. When the candle exhausts its fuel, the flame does not go somewhere, it simply ceases. This is the metaphor the Buddha used for nirvana. The flame of desire goes out, and in its place, unconditioned peace. The world doesn't end, the fever ends. What remains is clarity so total that even clarity feels too small a word. To taste even a drop of this silence changes how you live. Suddenly the things you once chased lose their urgency. You still love, but without fear of loss. You still work, but without the need to prove. You still care, but without clinging to results. Life becomes lighter, like air that has remembered its own transparency. You participate fully, yet nothing sticks. You walk through the world as if moving through a dream you understand is a dream, not dismissing it, but no longer trapped in it. Many fear that such freedom means apathy, that to let go of desire is to lose vitality. But the opposite is true. When the fire of craving is extinguished, the warmth of compassion remains. When the storm of thought quiets, the music of existence becomes audible again. You act not because you must, but because the heart naturally overflows. Nirvana is not withdrawal. It is intimacy without attachment, love without fear. This freedom expresses itself differently in every person. Some live quietly, radiating peace without words. Others serve the world with tireless energy, yet no longer burn out. The difference is not in what they do, but in how they are anchored in the unshakable ground of stillness. In them, you can feel the echo of the Buddha's smile, the smile of one who has seen through the illusion and found no enemy left to fight. To glimpse nirvana is to see that even suffering, when viewed through the lens of truth, is part of the unfolding toward freedom. Every pain pushes you toward release. Every loss reveals impermanence. Every joy teaches you gratitude. The world itself becomes a sutra, a living scripture spelling out the same lesson in endless forms: let go and return home. Meditation is how you practice that return, not to escape, but to remember. You sit and watch thoughts arise and fade, feelings come and go, sensations bloom and vanish. And somewhere in that observation, you start to see that you are not the thinker, not the feeler, not even the watcher. You are the stillness in which watching happens. When identification drops away completely, what remains is nirvana, not as concept, but as living silence. And this silence does not deny the world, it redeems it. Once you know that the unconditioned lies beneath every condition, you stop dividing sacred from mundane. Every leaf, every breath, every heartbeat shines with the same still light. The marketplace and the monastery are one when seen through awakened eyes. Washing a bowl becomes prayer. Tying your shoes becomes meditation. You no longer wait for peace, you carry it. You no longer seek meaning, you embody it. The boundaries between practice and life dissolve between teacher and student, between inside and outside. Nirvana is not somewhere else. It is the space in which here and there lose meaning. The Buddha often refused to answer questions about the metaphysical nature of nirvana, whether the enlightened one exists after death, whether nirvana is eternal, whether it can be described. He called such speculation a thicket of views. Why? Because nirvana cannot be known about. It can only be known as. It is not an object to perceive. It is the end of perceiver and perceived. It is not attained through thought. It is revealed when thought bows in silence. And yet this silence is not absence. It is fullness. Imagine a vast sky before dawn, stars fading as light begins to rise. That luminous stillness, pregnant, peaceful, alive, is nirvana made visible in this world. It is the recognition that the universe has never been incomplete. The journey ends not in some distant paradise, but in this exact moment, perfectly ordinary and perfectly sacred. From this recognition, gratitude becomes the natural breath of the awakened heart. You bow to everything not out of duty, but out of wonder. You bow to the pain that taught you release, to the joy that reminded you of beauty, to the silence that held you all along. You bow because there is no longer a you to stand apart. And as this bow deepens into every cell, the teaching begins its final turn, the return from realization to embodiment. Awakening is not the end of the path, but its flowering. The task now is to live nirvana in the midst of the world, to walk as stillness through motion, to be the peace that no circumstance can disturb. To awaken is to return, not to the mountain or the monastery, but to the very world you thought you had to transcend. The marketplace becomes your temple, the conversation your sutra, the dishes your meditation. Enlightenment is not escape, it is embodiment. The lotus blooms not above the mud, but from it. Its beauty does not deny the soil, it transforms it. Living nirvana means carrying the stillness of realization into the movement of life. It means speaking with the same silence that breathes between thoughts, walking with the same awareness that rests beneath every step. The awakened do not float above the world. They move through it so lightly that the world itself feels lighter in their presence. At first, the mind imagines that awakening ends all problems, but awakening doesn't erase difficulty. It changes your relationship to it. Pain still visits, but it no longer defines you. Challenges still arise, but they no longer bind you. The surface of the lake may ripple, but its depths remain unmoved. You begin to live from those depths. This shift expresses itself in subtle ways. When anger comes, you no longer fight it. You watch its heat, feel its texture, trace its birth and death. You see it as energy conditioned, impermanent, empty. In that seeing, it loses its sting. When fear arises, you meet it with curiosity instead of resistance. You recognize that fear is not enemy, but messenger, a contraction asking to be understood. Every emotion becomes a teacher, every moment a field of practice. Living nirvana is not about perfection. It's about intimacy with imperfection. The awakened heart doesn't close itself off from the mess of life. It embraces it. You can cry fully, laugh freely, love deeply, grieve honestly. The difference is that none of it sticks. Joy and sorrow pass through like rain through open hands. Experience remains vivid, but ownership fades. This way of being brings a strange kind of freedom, effortless compassion, because you no longer live from me. Kindness flows without calculation. Helping another feels as natural as stretching your own arm. You see suffering and response arises spontaneously, not as duty, but as participation in the rhythm of care that runs through all things. The Bodhisattva embodies this paradox. Having touched nirvana, they turn back toward the world, not because they must, but because they love. They know that to awaken alone is not to awaken at all. Every being's freedom is intertwined. So they walk among the ordinary, listening, teaching, laughing, sometimes weeping, radiating the quiet certainty that no one is outside redemption. To live this way, you must learn the art of returning again and again to the center. Even after insight, the mind will forget. It will chase and cling, disguise itself in subtle spiritual pride. But each time you notice this, you simply bow inward and return. Awareness is home. Mindfulness is the doorway. Returning is the practice. There's a story of a farmer who visited a monastery to ask the master how to find peace. "I'm so busy," he said. "My work never ends. Can you help me?" The master replied, "Can you breathe?" The farmer nodded. "Then start there. Breathe in awareness while you work. When you plant, plant peace. When you harvest, harvest mindfulness." Years later, the farmer returned, eyes bright and calm. "Master," he said, "I'm still busy, but I no longer suffer." The master smiled. "Then your work has become your practice." That is the heart of living nirvana, no separation between sacred and mundane. The awakened mind doesn't divide the world into holy and ordinary, it sanctifies everything it touches. Each act done in awareness becomes an offering. Each breath taken consciously becomes prayer. As this way of living deepens, gratitude becomes your native language. You thank the morning for its light, the night for its rest, the wind for its whisper. Even pain earns your gratitude because you see how it refines the heart. Gratitude becomes not reaction, but perception, the natural lens through which life is viewed. You start to notice that the awakened state is not something you hold, it's something that holds you. When you stop trying to maintain it, it maintains itself. Awareness becomes self-sustaining, like a flame that needs no fuel, because the air itself has become fire. The line between meditation and life dissolves. You are always meditating because you are always aware. This awareness brings great gentleness. You stop forcing things. You stop demanding that people or circumstances match your expectations. You learn the delicate balance of acceptance and action. You respond when response is needed, rest when stillness calls. You trust timing more than plans, silence more than opinions. Life ceases to be a project. It becomes a dance. And in that dance, paradox flourishes. You are deeply engaged, yet utterly detached. You love fully, yet fear no loss. You speak clearly, yet cling to no conclusion. You work diligently, yet know there is nothing to achieve. You die each moment and are reborn in the next. This is freedom in its most ordinary form. Those around you may sense something different, even if they can't name it. Your presence calms rooms not through effort, but through resonance. You don't preach peace. You embody it. You don't convert others. You remind them of what they already know. The awakened one is not special. They are simply transparent enough for truth to shine through. This transparency is contagious. When people meet someone who lives from stillness, something inside them remembers. A forgotten peace stirs. They may not understand why, but they feel lighter. This is how awakening spreads, not through doctrine, but through presence. Living nirvana also means embracing impermanence not as tragedy, but as art. You see how the beauty of a cherry blossom lies in its briefness, how love's poignancy arises from its fragility. You stop mourning what fades and start marveling that it ever was. The fleeting becomes sacred precisely because it cannot be kept. When this understanding saturates your being, the idea of enlightenment itself dissolves. There is no enlightened one, no seeker, no path, only life endlessly revealing itself. The Buddha's final words were not a riddle, but an instruction. Be a light unto yourself. He didn't mean make yourself important. He meant see directly. Let the clarity of awareness illuminate your steps. Live from what you've seen. Living nirvana is not about transcending humanity. It's about fulfilling it. It's about being so deeply human that nothing human is foreign to you. Pain, joy, longing, laughter, all welcome, all held in compassion. The awakened do not escape the world. They sanctify it with their presence. And when death finally comes, they meet it as they meet every moment with an open hand and a steady breath. For them, death is not an ending, but a return, a bow back into the great silence from which all things arise. The same silence that lives in you, now listening to these words. From here, the path begins to turn outward once more. If nirvana is peace realized within, then the next unfolding is peace expressed without the awakened engagement with a suffering world. To live not only as awareness, but as compassionate presence amidst injustice, noise, and need. The question becomes, how does enlightenment move through a world still asleep? To awaken is not to retreat from the noise of the world, but to hear its music differently. The awakened heart walks through cities and forests alike with the same quiet awareness, seeing the same Dharma expressed in stone and leaf, in traffic and birdsong. The Buddha did not stay forever beneath the Bodhi tree. After enlightenment, he stood, dusted the earth from his robe, and stepped back into the world of hunger, fear, and hope. Awakening was never meant to end in silence. It was meant to bloom into compassion that touches every corner of existence. The world is aching for this kind of presence. You see it in the eyes of strangers scrolling endlessly on their phones, searching for connection in a sea of distraction. You hear it in the restless hum of ambition that fills the air, everyone running towards something unnamed away from something unseen. The modern world worships speed, yet thirsts for stillness. It amplifies individuality while starving for belonging. In such a time, even a single awakened being becomes medicine. To live awake in this world is to become a quiet revolution, not by opposing, but by embodying another way of being. You don't need to shout truth. You radiate it. Your calm becomes contagious. Your listening becomes radical. Your very breath becomes resistance to the madness of hurry and greed. You teach not through doctrine, but through demonstration, by being here fully, when so much of the world has forgotten how. Awakening in the world begins with seeing clearly. You recognize that every structure, political, economic, cultural, is a reflection of collective consciousness. Systems built on fear, inequality, and consumption are not separate from the human mind. They are its projection. To heal the world, you must first meet the mind that built it, not with anger, but with understanding. You realize that ignorance, avidya, is the root of both personal and societal suffering. Yet this realization does not make you passive. True understanding ignites compassionate action. Seeing the suffering of others as your own, you can no longer look away. But your action is different from the world's reaction. It is not fueled by rage or righteousness, but by clarity. You act firmly, yet without hatred. You speak truth, yet without violence. You serve justice, yet without the illusion of enemy. This is the activism of awareness, fierce and gentle at once. To live this way requires deep listening. Before you speak, you listen to the silence beneath the noise. Before you move, you listen to the stillness beneath the motion. The awakened one responds, never reacts. Reaction comes from conditioning. Response arises from awareness. In a reactive world, the ability to pause is power. The pause is not emptiness, it is full of intelligence. It is the gap through which wisdom enters. You begin to notice that awakening in the world means holding paradox. You can care deeply while remaining unattached. You can grieve the suffering of humanity without drowning in despair. You can celebrate beauty even amidst decay. You are both the witness and the participant, the stillness and the song. This is the middle way, not withdrawal, not indulgence, but engagement from freedom. When awareness meets suffering, compassion becomes strategy. You no longer ask, how can I fix the world? You ask, how can I love it more deeply? That love guides you to practical care, to feeding the hungry, to listening to the lonely, to planting trees you will never sit beneath. Each act, however small, becomes a note in the music of healing. You understand that global transformation begins in the smallest gestures of mindfulness. There's a story of a monk walking through a crowded marketplace. Someone asked him, "How can you stay peaceful amidst all this chaos?" The monk smiled and replied, "There is no chaos here, only movement." That is the awakened view. Where others see confusion, you see pattern. Where others see noise, you hear rhythm. Where others see darkness, you see the potential for light. Awareness does not erase the world's messiness. It reveals its hidden coherence. To be awake amidst noise is to walk with eyes open in a dream, to move through illusion without being fooled by it. You can participate fully in modern life, use technology, engage in conversation, pursue art, and work without losing your center. You become like a lotus blooming in muddy water, rooted in the world, untouched by its murk. Your calm is not escape, it is contribution. Living this way demands humility. You will make mistakes. You will forget yourself in the storm of events. You will fall into anger, into grief, into weariness. But the difference now is that you know how to return. You know the path back to stillness because you have walked it countless times. You forgive yourself quickly as you forgive others. Each return is another petal opening in the lotus of awareness. As your understanding deepens, you realize that awakening in the world is not a solitary achievement. It is collective. Every act of awareness you embody contributes to the awakening of all beings. Each time you choose patience over reaction, truth over comfort, kindness over convenience, the field of consciousness brightens. You are not one light in the darkness. You are the universe remembering its own radiance. And this radiance doesn't need applause. It doesn't need followers or fame. It shines quietly like dawn through mist, reaching hearts you will never know. The awakened ones who walk among us, some famous, most invisible, are the quiet architects of peace. They repair the fabric of the world from within. Their presence is a prayer. This is how the Buddha's teaching survives, not through temples or texts, but through living beings who carry his silence in their breath. Each generation, the Dharma must be rediscovered, embodied anew. Awakening is not inheritance. It is incarnation. Every time a human being pauses, breathes, and remembers their true nature, the Buddha awakens again. So let the noise continue. Let the world spin. You have found the still point. You have learned to listen to the rhythm behind the chaos. You have discovered that awakening is not retreat from life, but intimacy with it. And in that intimacy, you find your role not as savior or spectator, but as participant in the great unfolding. As you live this understanding, a new question arises, not of philosophy, but of devotion. If everything is the expression of the awakened universe, how can I serve it completely? What does it mean to offer this brief human life back to the infinite that gave it? That question leads to the next unfolding, the teaching of surrendered service, where selfless action becomes prayer and every breath becomes offering. When awakening ripens, it no longer seeks its own reflection. It looks outward, not to escape itself, but to serve what it now recognizes as itself in all things. This is the flowering of compassion into seva, selfless service. It is the natural expression of one who has seen through the illusion of separation. When you know there is no other helping becomes as natural as breathing. At first, service may look like effort. You give time, energy, care. You show up where suffering lives. But slowly, something shifts. The boundary between giver and receiver begins to dissolve. You realize there was never anyone helping, or helped only compassion, moving through open hands. Service stops being an act you do and becomes a state you are. This is surrendered service, the way the sun shines without calculation, the river flows without preference, the tree offers shade without condition. You move as life moves, guided not by ambition, but by alignment. There's no inner debate of should I or what do I get. There's simply the quiet certainty of presence meeting need. The world teaches transaction. It measures worth in effort, value in visibility, success in recognition. But the awakened heart measures nothing. It gives because giving is its nature. It does not tally impact. It trusts the ripple. It knows that a single kind act can echo through lifetimes unseen but never lost. To serve without ego requires the art of disappearance, not into neglect, but into transparency. You begin to act like clear water, vital, reflective, yet leaving no trace. When praise comes, you bow. When criticism comes, you bow. Both are waves on the same ocean. The act itself is its own reward. Surrendered service is not martyrdom. It does not demand exhaustion or self-erasure. It is not about burning out to prove love. It's about burning brightly, sustained by awareness rather than willpower. When you serve from ego, you drain. When you serve from emptiness, you are refilled with every act. The Bodhisattva gives endlessly because they draw from the infinite. There's a story from Zen. A student asked the master, "How do I serve others after enlightenment?" The master replied, "Serve them before enlightenment. Then keep serving." Enlightenment doesn't grant permission to act. It removes the illusion of separation that ever questioned why you should. In surrendered service, even the smallest gestures become sacred, sweeping a floor, listening without interrupting, washing a cup with awareness. You begin to understand that the point was never what you do, but how you do it. The world does not need more saviors. It needs more presence. True service begins where the self-concept ends. You are no longer the hero of your story. You are the instrument. And like a flute, your purpose is to stay hollow enough for the breath of the universe to move through. The purer the hollow, the clearer the song. Sometimes this song will move you toward action, toward justice, healing, creation. Other times it will call you to stillness, to hold space, to listen, to rest. Service takes both forms, movement and pause, giving and receiving. You begin to sense that even rest is service when it is conscious, because it restores the vessel through which love flows. In this stage of the path, trust deepens beyond comprehension. You stop asking for guarantees. You serve not to change the world, but because serving is the world changing through you. You stop looking for purpose, because purpose breathes through every cell of your being. The question, "What should I do?" dissolves into, "How can I be of use now?" And sometimes being of use means saying no. Boundaries become part of your compassion, not its opposite. You realize that to preserve the clarity of service, you must honor balance. The river cannot nourish if it runs dry. You protect your stillness not from others, but for them, because stillness is what allows you to serve clearly. Over time, surrendered service transforms your identity entirely. You stop identifying as servant or savior. You begin to recognize yourself as the field in which giving and receiving happen. You are the ground of compassion itself, the spacious awareness in which love expresses and returns to itself. When you serve this way, even the most ordinary tasks hum with sacredness. Feeding a child, cleaning a wound, sending a kind message, tending a plant, all shimmer with the same holiness as prayer. You stop separating work from worship. Everything becomes devotion. This devotion is not to a deity outside, but to life itself. You see the divine not in temples, but in faces, in rivers, in laughter, in tears. The mantra of service becomes simple. May I be of benefit. No conditions, no timeline, just presence. To live this vow is to understand that the awakened path was never about ascending beyond humanity. It was about embodying it fully. The Buddha did not escape the world. He entered it with eyes open. He taught, healed, listened, walked among beggars and kings alike with the same gaze of compassion. When you live this way, you find yourself constantly humbled. You realize how vast suffering is and how small you are within it, and yet paradoxically, how infinite your capacity to love becomes when you stop guarding it. You realize that your presence grounded in awareness is the medicine. You don't need to fix every wound. You only need to stop abandoning the wounded. Sometimes the most profound service is silence. Sometimes it's a single look of understanding, a moment of genuine listening. In a world addicted to noise, to be fully present is an act of revolution. Surrendered service also means trusting the unseen. You may never see the fruits of your actions, and that must be enough. The Bodhisattva plants trees whose shade they may never rest beneath. Their satisfaction comes not from outcome, but from alignment. This alignment deepens until service and surrender become indistinguishable. You no longer ask, "Am I serving?" You simply live. The breath serves the lungs. The lungs serve the breath. The rain serves the soil. The soil serves the tree. In the same way, you move as part of the rhythm of compassion that sustains all things. In this rhythm, joy arises, not the fleeting joy of reward, but the steady joy of participation. You realize that the act of giving is receiving, that to lift another is to rise together, that to heal another is to remember your own wholeness. And when the mind falls silent in this recognition, when no distinction remains between offering and offered, you touch the final teaching that service itself is nirvana in motion. Enlightenment, embodied love, without remainder. From here, the story doesn't end. It becomes circular. Awakening leads to service. Service deepens awakening, and both dissolve into one seamless movement of life serving itself. In that endless flow, one final truth begins to shimmer on the horizon. The understanding that even compassion and service arise from a deeper source. The great mystery itself, the boundless ground of being, where there is not even awakening left to name. At the end of every teaching, beyond the silence, beyond the stillness, beyond even the most refined state of awareness, there is something that cannot be spoken, the vast formless mystery from which all things arise. It has no name, yet every name points toward it. It has no face, yet every sunrise reveals it. It cannot be understood, but it can be lived. This is the great mystery, the heart of all that is. Every path leads here. Every question eventually dissolves into it. You begin by seeking truth, as if it were an object to find a treasure buried somewhere in time. But as the seeking softens, you discover that truth was never hidden. It was simply larger than the mind's grasp. The mystery is not far away. It is the space between your breaths, the pause between thoughts, the still awareness that witnesses it all. The Buddha did not describe this in metaphysical terms. He pointed to it through direct seeing. When the mind ceases to fabricate, what remains is not void in the negative sense, but infinite openness and awareness without boundary, pure knowing without knower. The great mystery is not something you realize. It is what remains when everything else falls away. To live with this understanding is to walk gently. You no longer demand the world make sense. You no longer cling to maps. You begin to trust the terrain itself. The mystery becomes your teacher, subtle, patient, unending. It whispers not in words, but in patterns, the way leaves fall, the way sorrow transforms into tenderness, the way the river bends to meet the sea. At first, the mind resists this openness. It wants definition. It asks, "What is this? Who am I?" But the mystery cannot be confined to answers. It exists only in the space where questions dissolve. The more you try to pin it down, the more it slips away. Only when you stop grasping does it reveal itself, not as something to know, but as what has always been knowing. It's said that enlightenment is like tasting sugar for yourself. You can read every description, listen to every sermon, but until you taste, you cannot know. The mystery is that taste, immediate, unmediated, beyond explanation. Once touched, no argument is needed. Reality itself becomes the teaching. Living in awareness of the mystery does not make you detached from the world. It makes you intimate with it. You begin to see the sacred woven into the mundane, the divine pulsing through the ordinary. Every moment is a doorway. The steam rising from your tea is the same breath that moves galaxies. The laughter of a child is the echo of creation's joy. The tears you shed are the ocean remembering itself. You realize that everything, the broken and the beautiful, the fleeting and the eternal, is the mystery expressing itself in countless forms. The dualities that once ruled your mind, good and bad, right and wrong, loss and gain, begin to soften. You see that life is not divided. The darkness is not the opposite of light, but its necessary counterpart. Without night, no stars. Without endings, no beginnings. This realization births humility. You stop claiming ownership over wisdom, over virtue, over awakening. You bow to the vastness that moves through all things, including you. You understand that your insight, your compassion, your service, none of it is yours. You are simply one wave through which the ocean remembers its own depth. And yet, this does not make you small. It makes you infinite. Because now, you no longer live from the boundaries of identity. You live from the whole. You move as the mystery moves, effortlessly, quietly, profoundly. The line between you and the world fades until there is only one seamless movement of existence unfolding itself. This is where reverence arises. not the reverence of religion, but of recognition. You see the mystery in every pair of eyes, in every moment of silence, in every act of kindness. You feel it even in pain, because you know pain too is part of the sacred rhythm. You stop running from sorrow and start listening to it. Every ache becomes an invitation to lean closer into life, to touch the divine pulse beneath the surface of things. The sages say that when the mind meets the great mystery, laughter often follows, because you see how you spent lifetimes searching for what was never missing. You realize how the mind's seriousness was just a wave trying to understand the ocean. And so you laugh not with mockery, but with awe. The mystery frees you from needing to know. It replaces certainty with wonder. It replaces control with communion. You begin to live in questions as living beings, not puzzles to be solved. What is this? Becomes not an inquiry for the intellect, but a bow of reverence before the infinite. Even language starts to feel too tight. You sense the truth pressing against the limits of words. Silence becomes your truest prayer. When you sit quietly, when you breathe without agenda, the mystery breathes you. It lives itself through you. You are not observing life anymore. You are life observing itself. To dwell in the mystery is to be at peace with paradox. You know and you don't know. You are vast and small, eternal and fleeting form and emptiness. These contradictions no longer trouble you. They harmonize within you. You stop seeking a final answer because you understand that truth is alive, a song still being sung. As this realization deepens, even the idea of awakening dissolves. Who awakens, after all? What was ever asleep? You see that all the striving, all the seeking, all the teaching was part of the play, the dance of the infinite, pretending to forget itself, just to rediscover its beauty anew. And in that recognition, compassion deepens beyond measure, because if everything is the mystery, then nothing is outside it. The sinner and the saint, the wise and the foolish, the joyful and the lost, all are expressions of the same vastness, learning itself through experience. Judgment melts into tenderness. You no longer need to fix life. You need only to participate in it with love. This is the ultimate surrender, not the surrender of effort, but the surrender of knowing. To rest in the mystery is to trust life utterly, to let it live you. You no longer chase enlightenment. You are content to be the light shining, flickering, fading, and shining again. And so, the journey comes full circle. From control to surrender, from mind to heart, from separation to unity, from seeking to being. You have not reached the end of the path. You have discovered there was never a path at all, only the endless unfolding of the great mystery through you. When the sages spoke their final words, many said the same thing in different forms, not two, because in truth, there was never separation, never distance, never other. Only this breath, this awareness, this infinite silence moving as sound, this great mystery watching itself through your eyes. And so rest here, breathe. The story continues, but not as it did before. The seeker is gone. The search is over. Only the living mystery remains vast, luminous, unbroken, endlessly new. After every great awakening, the path curves quietly back to the beginning. The mountain peak dissolves into the valley. The sacred becomes simple again. You return not as a seeker, but as one who has remembered. The extraordinary folds itself back into the ordinary, and you discover that simplicity was always the final truth. When you look at the Buddha statues in temples around the world, you notice the same thing: the serene smile, the open hands, the calm gaze. That smile does not belong to someone who has escaped the world. It belongs to someone who has made peace with it. The Buddha's smile is the smile of simplicity, of seeing life exactly as it is, and finding nothing missing. To live in simplicity is not to live without possessions, but to live without excess in the mind. It means wanting less because you are full within. It means no longer using the world to fill a hole that no longer exists. The awakened heart doesn't need to chase meaning. It finds meaning in everything it touches. A leaf falling, a bowl of rice, the breath that rises and falls without instruction. Simplicity begins in perception. The mind, once busy dividing, judging, labeling, begins to rest. You start to see things not as tools or obstacles, but as they are raw, immediate, complete. You stop seeking beauty and start noticing it. You stop chasing peace and realize it's been quietly waiting beneath your noise. The simplest things become luminous, the way light bends through water, the warmth of a hand, the sound of rain against glass. In simplicity, time slows, or rather, your obsession with time loosens. You no longer live from the anxious clock of becoming, but from the eternal rhythm of being. You see that there is only ever one moment, this one endlessly changing form. The future loses its tyranny. The past loses its gravity. You become light enough to float in the river of now. This simplicity also transforms your relationships. You no longer expect others to complete you. You meet them where they are not as ideas, but as living presences. You listen more, speak less. You stop trying to impress and start trying to understand. Love becomes quiet, steady, and real. You realize that to love someone is simply to be present with them without demand. In this simplicity, joy returns, not the joy of excitement, but the joy of enoughness. You find yourself smiling for no reason, laughing easily, forgiving quickly. The mind that once turned everything into a problem now sees miracles everywhere. You stop measuring your life by what happens and start honoring it by how deeply you live it. You begin to see that simplicity is wisdom in disguise. The sages were never trying to make life complicated. They were trying to lead us back to what was always obvious. When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep, said an old Zen master. To the mind, this sounds naive. To the awakened, it's liberation. Simplicity is not a lack of depth. It is depth without confusion. To live simply is also to live truthfully. You stop pretending to others, to yourself. You wear your humanity gently. You no longer need to hide your flaws behind perfection. You laugh at your mistakes, bow to your limitations, and carry them with grace. Humility becomes your natural posture, not from defeat, but from clarity. You see that nothing needs to be added to be whole. The more deeply simplicity takes root, the less you need from the world. Not because you reject it, but because you belong to it. Gratitude replaces desire. You realize that even the smallest thing, the taste of fruit, the warmth of sun on your skin, contains the infinite. You begin to suspect that heaven was never elsewhere. It was always hiding in plain sight. There's a story of a monk who achieved enlightenment and returned to his village. The people asked, "What do you do now that you're enlightened?" The monk smiled and said, "I chop wood and carry water." They were puzzled. "But that's what you did before." He nodded. "Yes, but now I chop wood and carry water with awareness." That is the essence of simplicity. Nothing changes, yet everything is transformed. This simplicity does not mean withdrawing from responsibility. You still fulfill your duties, work, family, community, but you do so without burden. Life stops feeling like something to manage and starts feeling like something to accompany. You move with it, the way wind moves through bamboo. Flexible, effortless, true. Simplicity also reveals the sacredness of slowness. You stop rushing to the next experience because you understand that each moment is complete. The flower doesn't hurry to bloom. The tide doesn't force itself to rise. Everything unfolds according to its nature, and now so do you. To live this way is to rediscover innocence, not ignorance, but purity of seeing. The child within you, the one who once watched ants with wonder, who once looked at the stars with awe, begins to breathe again. The heart becomes tender, curious, open. You realize that enlightenment was not about gaining wisdom, but about losing cynicism. And so, you live lightly. You eat when hungry, rest when tired, speak when necessary, love when moved. You stop overthinking destiny and start enjoying simplicity. You no longer need grand meaning because life itself is meaning enough. Each sunrise is revelation. Each act of kindness is scripture. Each heartbeat is a mantra whispering, "This is enough. This is it." This is what it means to return to the marketplace with open hands. The final step of the spiritual journey is not departure from the world, but full participation in it, as peace, as joy, as stillness in motion. You walk through life like the breeze through trees, touching everything, clinging to nothing. And when people ask what enlightenment is, you may smile and say nothing. Or perhaps you'll say, "It's this." Then sip your tea, fold your laundry, listen to the wind. Because in the end, all words dissolve into the simplicity of presence. From here, the story no longer climbs. It settles like dust after wind, like snow on quiet fields. The path of awakening becomes the art of living. The art of living becomes the art of loving. And love at its deepest becomes the art of being simple, spacious, and free. When all teachings have been spoken, when all philosophies have been lived and exhausted, what remains is the simplest truth to be. Not to become, not to improve, not to achieve, just to be. Yet within this simplicity lies the greatest mystery of all, for being is not passive. It is alive, radiant, and infinite. The art of being is the art of resting in what you already are. The mind accustomed to movement resists this stillness. It says, "Surely there must be more to do, more to fix, more to understand." But each time you look for more, you overlook the miracle that is already happening. This breath, this awareness, this exact now. Being is the destination you were always walking toward, even as it carried you the entire way. To practice the art of being, begin by listening. Not with ears alone, but with your entire presence. Listen to the silence beneath sound, the pause between thoughts, the space within sensations. You'll notice that awareness is not something you generate. It is what you are. The waves rise and fall, but the ocean never leaves. Being is not laziness. It is not retreat. It is the foundation from which wise action naturally arises. The Buddha called it right effort that springs not from craving, but from clarity. When you act from being, your actions are aligned, efficient, and kind. You move with the current of reality, not against it. The art of being also means allowing life to unfold without constant interference, allowing emotions to move through you without repression or indulgence, allowing others to be as they are without trying to control their growth. This allowance is not weakness, it is trust in the intelligence of the universe. It's the quiet knowing that life doesn't need your micromanagement to bloom. The deepest beings are those who allow. The mountain allows the rain, the sky allows the storm, the river allows the bend. None resist their nature, yet all fulfill it perfectly. To be is to rest in your nature, the awareness that experiences the consciousness, that loves the silence that contains all sound. In being, separation dissolves, the doer fades. The line between meditation and daily life vanishes. Eating, walking, laughing, working all become movements of the same stillness. When you live this way, every act feels sacred, even those once deemed mundane. You start to sense that awareness is celebrating itself through every motion, every breath. At first, this can feel subtle, like a whisper you might miss. But the more you rest in being, the louder it sings. The wind carries it. The light reveals it. Every sound becomes a reminder. You no longer need practices to reach awareness. You simply return to what never left. To be is also to surrender. You stop trying to make life conform to your image of it. You stop negotiating with what is. The war between should be and is ends. Peace doesn't come because circumstances improve. It comes because resistance dissolves. You no longer insist that the present moment be different. You finally bow to it, and in that bowing, you find freedom. Imagine lying on your back beneath a vast night sky. You gaze upward, and the stars are endless. You don't try to arrange them or name them or hold them. You simply let them shine. That is the art of being, letting reality sparkle without interference. As being deepens, your sense of self transforms. The I you once guarded becomes porous. Identity loosens its grip. You stop defining yourself by what you do, what you own, or what you know. You begin to sense the same consciousness looking out through every pair of eyes. The self becomes a doorway, not a prison. This shift changes how you relate to others. The need to impress or defend fades. You no longer see life as competition, but as cooperation. Conversations become communion. Silence becomes intimacy. You stop trying to be interesting and start being interested. You listen not to reply, but to understand. Presence replaces performance. When two beings meet in this way without agenda, something sacred happens. The boundaries of self dissolve, and for a moment, love stands revealed, not as emotion, but as the natural state of being seen and seeing. This is the secret the mystics called divine union, the recognition that to truly be is to love, and to truly love is to be. The art of being doesn't require renunciation. You can live in the city, raise children, pursue dreams, but you do it from stillness. You stop chasing experience for validation. You begin to taste the quiet joy of simply being alive. You find contentment not in outcomes, but in participation. Even suffering once feared becomes part of being's tapestry. You no longer flee it. You let it be. You watch its shapes, its colors, its lessons. You discover that pain too has depth, that it can open doors no pleasure ever could. The heart expands to hold it all. You realize that peace doesn't mean the absence of pain, but the presence of wholeness within it. In the art of being, you rediscover gentleness. You stop forcing yourself to become better. You start meeting yourself with the same compassion you once reserved for others. You forgive the one who strayed, who doubted, who clung. You hold yourself the way awareness has always held you, without judgment, without condition. This gentleness spills into everything. You eat more slowly. You speak more softly. You find joy in simplicity. You no longer rush through life as if it were a task to complete. You realize there is nowhere to go, only here to deepen. The moment you stop trying to reach, you arrive. The art of being is the art of returning endlessly, patiently, lovingly to this moment. The breath, the body, the silence behind it all. Each return polishes the mirror of awareness until it shines without effort. And finally, as this art becomes natural, something wondrous happens. Life begins to create through you. Words flow, ideas bloom, love acts, but you are no longer the author. You are the space through which creation expresses itself. The dancer disappears. Only the dance remains. This is the quiet perfection of being action, without actor love, without possessor peace, without opposites. When you live this way, every moment glows with its own completeness. Nothing to add, nothing to remove. Just this, endlessly, this. And as this realization settles into your bones, the heart whispers the next. And gentlest truth of all being is belonging. You are never outside of life, never apart from the whole. You have always been home. There comes a moment in the journey when even the notion of awakening dissolves into something warmer, more human, more tender. It's the realization that to simply be is to belong. Existence itself is relationship, the dance of form and formlessness of self, and all that sustains it. The air you breathe, the light that touches your skin, the thoughts that rise in your mind, none of it is truly yours, and yet all of it is you. This is belonging, the quiet, knowing that there was never an outside. For most of life, we ache with the sense of separation from others, from nature, from something vast and unnamed. We build walls of identity and ambition to protect ourselves from the ache, and for a time they seem to work. But the deeper truth is that our loneliness is not a flaw. It's a longing for what we already are. Every desire to connect is the universe trying to remember its own wholeness through us. To belong is to stop pretending you are alone. It is to stop seeing life as a private project and begin to see it as a shared breath. Belonging doesn't ask you to surrender individuality. It asks you to recognize that individuality was never exclusion. You are a thread in an infinite tapestry, unique yet inseparable from the weave. Without your color, the pattern is incomplete. Without the others, you are a loose string with no form. When belonging awakens in the heart, comparison begins to fade. You no longer measure your worth against others because you see that their light does not dim yours. The tree does not envy the river. The moon does not compete with the sun. Each fulfills its purpose by being exactly itself. Your task is not to become more than others, but to be wholly yourself, the self that includes the whole world. The Buddha once said, "Because all beings are my body, I cannot harm another without harming myself." This is not poetry, it's physics of the soul. The pain you inflict returns because it never truly left. The love you offer expands because it never truly ends. When you live from belonging, morality is no longer a rule, but a reflection of reality. Kindness becomes instinct. To belong is to see the divine in the ordinary, the morning light through curtains, the hum of conversation in a cafe, the shared laughter of strangers, the pulse of rain on the roof. These are not background noise, they are life speaking to itself. When you belong, everything becomes dialogue. Even silence is conversation. Belonging also transforms how you see nature. You stop calling it environment as if it were something outside you. The forest is your lungs turned outward. The river is your blood remembering how to flow. When you harm the earth, you wound your own body. When you protect it, you heal yourself. In this realization, reverence returns not as religion, but as relationship. You stop worshiping life and start participating in it. To belong is also to forgive yourself, others, the world. You see that everyone is moving through the same illusion of separation, the same fragile dream of I. You stop expecting perfection from anyone, including yourself. You forgive because you understand. And in that understanding, peace is born. This peace is not complacency. It's engagement without fear. When you belong, you can care deeply without collapsing into despair, because you know the world's suffering is your own, and you trust your capacity to hold it. You speak truth because silence would betray connection. You act from love because action itself is love made visible. Belonging is the root of courage. When you feel connected to the web of life, you no longer need to defend yourself against it. Fear loosens its grip because you see that nothing real can be lost. The body may change, roles may end, loved ones may depart, but belonging is deeper than form. It is the invisible current that binds all things alive and dead, seen and unseen. Sometimes belonging appears as stillness, sometimes as song. You may find it in solitude, in the company of friends, in the cry of a newborn, or the hush of twilight. It doesn't depend on circumstance, it depends on awareness. The more you rest in being, the more you recognize that belonging was never earned, it was simply forgotten. In this recognition, loneliness transforms. What once felt like emptiness becomes spaciousness. You start to enjoy your own company, not as escape, but as communion. You realize that when you sit alone in silence, you are sitting with everything, the stars, the ancestors, the wind. You feel the pulse of life beating in your chest, whispering, "You are part of this. You always were." To live from belonging is to live from gratitude. Every moment becomes a gift because every moment connects you. Gratitude is not something you practice. It's how belonging breathes. The more you belong, the more you thank, and the more you thank, the deeper you belong. This way of being softens the world around you. You become gentler in word and action. You move slower, listen longer. You find joy in connection instead of consumption. When you meet others, you look beyond their stories and see the same spark that lives in you. Every greeting becomes recognition. Every parting becomes blessing. To belong fully is to accept the totality of existence, the light and the shadow, the birth and the decay. You no longer seek to escape impermanence. You bow to it. You understand that belonging means being woven into the great cycle, the rising and falling of everything. When you die, you will not vanish. You will return. When you breathe your last breath, it will become someone else's first. And so, belonging teaches the ultimate humility. Nothing belongs to you because you belong to all. Life was never a possession. It was a relationship. The river doesn't own the water. It carries it. The heart doesn't own love. It expresses it. The self doesn't own being. It serves it. This is the completion of the inward path, the turning from solitude into communion, from self-realization into world embrace. Belonging is the circle that closes the journey, the song that resolves its own melody. You started by seeking truth. You end by living love. Now only one movement remains, the merging of all teachings into one lived understanding, that love and awareness, emptiness and form, being and belonging are one. To live from that unity is to live as the awakened heart, the heart that loves without reason, that gives without fear, that sees all beings as reflections of the same infinite light. When the circle of belonging closes, it doesn't end in understanding, it ends in love. The heart that once searched for meaning discovers that meaning has always been love itself, the impulse that binds atoms into stars, rivers into oceans, souls into song. The awakened heart is not merely compassionate. It is vast enough to hold the entire world. This heart doesn't love as emotion alone. It loves as recognition, the quiet certainty that everything it encounters is itself in another form. It loves the joy and the sorrow, the stranger and the friend, the birth and the decay. It looks at life not as something to endure, but as something sacred to embrace. In the beginning, love was attachment, a reaching, a grasping, a desire to hold. Then it became compassion, a softening toward suffering. Finally, it becomes vastness, a love that no longer needs an object because it flows in every direction at once. It is not something you feel. It is what you are. The awakened heart does not discriminate. It doesn't say, this one is worthy of love, that one is not. It loves because love is its nature. Just as the sun shines on thorns and roses alike, awareness radiates through all beings without exception. To live from this heart is to stop choosing who deserves your tenderness. It is to let kindness become your climate. And yet this love is not naive. It sees clearly. It can say no when necessary, set boundaries. When wisdom requires, walk away when truth demands. The awakened heart is not fragile. It is fierce. Its gentleness has backbone. Its compassion has discernment. It doesn't indulge ignorance, it illuminates it. This love doesn't always look soft. Sometimes it speaks hard truths. Sometimes it weeps for the world. Sometimes it stands firm against injustice. But even in its firmness, it does not hate. Hatred is love distorted by fear. The awakened heart knows that every cruelty arises from confusion, every violence from pain. It sees through the eyes of wisdom. They suffer, therefore they harm. And so it seeks not vengeance, but understanding. In this heart, forgiveness flows like breath, not as moral obligation, but as natural release. You forgive not because others deserve it, but because you no longer wish to carry the poison. You realize that holding resentment is like drinking salt water. It only deepens thirst. Forgiveness is not the denial of harm. It is the recognition that beyond harm, all beings are trying clumsily to return home. The awakened heart has no fear of vulnerability. It no longer hides behind armor because it knows that love is not weakness. It is the only strength that endures. To open the heart is to risk pain, yes, but it is also to experience life fully. You cannot receive sunlight without also feeling the shadow it casts. The heart that refuses to break will never truly open, and yet each time it breaks, it grows. Every heartbreak becomes a doorway through which more love can enter. The cracks in your heart are not flaws. They are the lines through which the light returns. The awakened ones do not avoid sorrow. They allow it to carve space for grace. Love like this transforms perception. You start to see beauty everywhere, not the polished, obvious beauty of perfection, but the raw, trembling beauty of existence itself. The wrinkled hands of the elderly, the quiet courage of those who endure the fleeting smile of a stranger, all radiate the same sacred light. You realize that beauty is not something to find. It's the natural glow of seeing with an unarmored heart. The awakened heart also learns to listen, truly listen. Not to reply, not to fix, but to hear the world as it speaks through people, through silence, through wind. When you listen this way, you realize that everything is speaking the same language. Love me, remember me, see me as yourself. And when you answer with presence, love fulfills itself. This kind of love can change the world, not through ideology, but through vibration. A single awakened heart is like a lamp in a dark room. It doesn't need to chase away the shadows. It simply shines, and darkness dissolves on its own. You may never see the full impact of your light, but the universe does. The Buddha once said that even a moment of true compassion changes the balance of the cosmos. The awakened heart does not seek recognition. It doesn't say, "I am loving." It simply loves. It doesn't wait for the world to be worthy. It loves the world into worthiness. It doesn't wait for peace. It embodies peace until peace becomes contagious. This is the secret power of love. It multiplies by being given away. As this love deepens, you realize that the heart and awareness are not two. The mind sees duality, self and other, giver and receiver, but the heart sees unity. Awareness illuminates truth. Love animates it. Together they complete the circle of awakening wisdom, seeing clearly, love moving freely. The awakened heart lives lightly. It no longer clings to the future, no longer mourns the past. It beats in rhythm with the present moment. It loves, loses, laughs, weeps, and loves again. Nothing is wasted. Everything belongs. The heart's capacity is endless because it is made of the same substance as the stars. To love this way is to live as blessing, not to bless through ritual, but through presence. Every encounter becomes benediction. Every breath becomes prayer. You walk through the world not as observer, but as lover of all things, without exception. This is what the masters meant by bodhicitta, the awakened heart-mind, where love and wisdom merge. It is both the path and the destination, the seed and the flower, the question and the answer. Once this heart opens, it never truly closes again. It may ache, it may rest, but it cannot forget what it has seen. And yet even this radiant love points beyond itself toward a truth even wider than compassion, even deeper than awareness, the unity of all opposites, where love and emptiness, being and non-being, creation and dissolution are revealed as one seamless movement. That final movement is where the journey of awakening dissolves completely into oneness beyond distinction, where the heart, the mind, and the universe are not three things, but one song singing itself. When love has ripened into vastness, when the heart and the mind no longer stand apart, a quiet realization dawns. There is no longer a you loving the world. There is only love moving through everything. Awareness and affection, stillness and motion, emptiness and form. They begin to blur, to merge, to hum together as one continuous vibration. This is what the ancient teachers called oneness, the one song that sings through all existence. You begin to notice it everywhere, in the rustle of leaves, in the rhythm of your breath, in the laughter of a child, in the tears of the grieving. The universe has never stopped singing. Every moment is a note, every being an instrument. The melody has always been playing. You were never outside it. You were simply too busy trying to conduct. Now you start to listen, not as a separate observer, but as part of the orchestra. The distinction between listener and sound dissolves. The wind moves, and you feel it not upon your skin, but within your being. The moon rises, and something deep inside rises with it. You realize that life is not happening to you. It is happening as you. In this recognition, effort falls away. You no longer strive to align with the universe because you see that you were never misaligned. Even your resistance, your confusion, your longing, all were part of the music. There was never a wrong note, only an unfinished chord waiting for your awareness to complete it. This is the final surrender, not of will, but of separation. You stop trying to be spiritual, to be enlightened, to be good enough. You stop trying to hold anything at all. You realize that the ocean never needs to remember how to wave. The sun doesn't rehearse how to shine. Life doesn't need your effort to be itself. The one song is not a concept. It is direct experience, the pulse that beats through galaxies and heartbeats alike. In this space, words like me and you, birth and death, heaven and earth, lose their edges. They are seen as different movements of the same current, the same cosmic breath, inhaling and exhaling itself into infinity. To live from this realization is not to escape the world. It is to see the sacred in every motion of it. The dishes you wash, the street you cross, the stranger you greet, each becomes a verse in the cosmic hymn. You begin to understand what the Zen masters meant when they said, "Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water." The difference is that now you hear the music in every stroke, every drop, every moment. In the one song, silence is not the absence of sound. It is the heartbeat of it. The pause between notes is as essential as the melody itself. You learn to rest in that silence, the fertile stillness that gives rise to all creation. From that silence, love flows effortlessly. Creativity blooms without strain. Wisdom speaks without words. The paradox becomes clear. You are both nothing and everything. Emptiness and fullness coexist. You are the space and the form it contains. You are the sky and every cloud that passes through it. You are the observer, and the observed the prayer, and the answer, the wave and the sea. This understanding brings a deep humility. You no longer need to be special, or right, or extraordinary. The sacredness of life is enough. You bow to everything, to joy, to grief, to the sound of rain, to the silence of dawn. The bow is not a gesture of submission, but of participation. You are no longer worshiping something outside you. You are honoring what you are. When you move through the world from this awareness, even the smallest act becomes luminous. A smile becomes a mantra. A breath becomes a blessing. Every encounter is an invitation to remember the unity beneath appearances. When someone suffers, it is your own heart aching. When someone rejoices, it is your own laughter rising through them. Compassion is no longer effort, it is recognition. This state is not something to maintain, it maintains itself. You cannot lose what you never truly gained. The mind may forget, the heart may ache, the body may tire, but the one song continues to sing beneath it all, untouched, eternal. Even in confusion, you are still part of the harmony. At times you might wonder if everything is one, what is the point of action? But the one song answers through experience. When separation dissolves, action and non-action become the same. You do not act to change the world. You act as the world changing itself. Every choice becomes aligned with the larger movement of existence. You are moved rather than moving. There is immense freedom here, not the freedom of control, but the freedom of flow. The bird doesn't plan its flight. It rides the air. The flower doesn't strive to bloom. It opens because the sun is near. You too begin to live this way, responsive, fluid, alive. Even death loses its grip. You see that endings are not failures of life. They are part of its rhythm. The leaf that falls becomes soil. The body that dies becomes stardust. You realize that you have died 1,000 times already, in every breath, in every moment that passed and never returned. Yet something essential has never changed, never left. That something is the song itself. And so you stop fearing silence because you understand It is not the end of music, but its source. You stop fearing death because you see it as the pause before the next verse. You stop fearing loss because nothing that is truly part of the song can ever be lost. It simply changes melody. The sages call this nirvana, not as an escape from existence, but as existence seen clearly, the flame of self-illusion extinguished, revealing the light that has always burned. In this light, you do not vanish. You become transparent. Life shines through you unobstructed. You are the instrument through which the song continues. This is the quiet completion of the path. Not a final chapter, but the end of the need for one. The story dissolves back into the silence that wrote it. The seeker and the sought are the same breath inhaling itself into eternity. Listen closely, even now. Beneath your thoughts, beneath your heartbeat, beneath the hum of the world, the song is still playing. It has always been playing, and it will go on forever through you as you beyond you. All that remains is to listen, to live, to love, to be. In the end, every teaching, every word, every meditation, every prayer leads here to the stillness beyond sound. Not the silence of absence, but the silence that hums with presence. The silence that was here before you were born and will remain long after the last breath has left your body. This is not the opposite of life. It is its heart. You've walked through surrender and karma, through emptiness and compassion, through belonging and love. You have seen that all paths, no matter how winding, dissolve into one, the quiet awareness that witnesses all things without needing to change them. The return to silence is not a retreat from the world. It is the discovery that the world itself is made of silence vibrating as sound, light, and form. Close your eyes for a moment and listen. Beneath the layers of thought and memory, there is a stillness that does not move. Beneath the heartbeat, a space that does not come or go. You've always known it, though you've forgotten it countless times. You've called it peace, grace, truth, love, but it is beyond all names. It is what remains when everything else falls away. The Buddha called it nibbana, the cooling of the fire. Not annihilation, but liberation from the fever of grasping. It is the realization that nothing needs to be added or taken away for life to be whole. You are not the doer, not the thinker, not even the one who seeks. You are the silence in which seeking arises and dissolves. You are the awareness watching all movements come and go like ripples across a vast, still lake. When you rest in this silence, the mind softens, the heart unclenches, the body breathes on its own, unhurried at peace. Nothing needs to be fixed. Nothing needs to be achieved. The entire universe is moving perfectly in its own rhythm. Even your thoughts, even your doubts, even your distractions, they too are part of the great stillness playing its game of motion and rest. At first, silence may seem empty. It may feel like the end of something, the ending of effort, the ending of identity, the ending of your story. But slowly, as your awareness deepens, you see that silence is not the end. It is the beginning that never began. It is the space from which all stories are born. You begin to notice that silence is not apart from sound. It is within it. Every voice carries it. Every breath contains it. Silence is the invisible thread binding all things together. Even now, as words form in your mind, silence shapes them. Even as your heart beats, silence holds it steady. In this realization, a deep gratitude arises, not the gratitude of having received something, but the gratitude of having remembered. You see that the journey was never about reaching silence. It was about realizing you never left it. Even your search for peace was the silence calling you home. Every heartbreak, every joy, every mistake, all were messengers of this same truth. You were never separate. Now everything becomes sacred. Washing dishes becomes meditation. Breathing becomes prayer. The rising of the sun is no longer a spectacle. It is your own awakening mirrored in light. You see that silence moves not as stillness alone, but as dance, the cosmic rhythm of birth and decay, expansion and contraction. The universe breathes, and you breathe with it. When you live from this silence, words lose their urgency. You no longer speak to be heard. You speak to echo truth. You no longer listen to reply. You listen to understand. The simplest gestures, a smile, a glance, a pause, carry the weight of eternity. You find that you can love more deeply because you expect nothing in return. You can act with courage because there is nothing to lose. Silence does not erase emotion, it redeems it. You still feel joy and sorrow, but they no longer define you. They rise and fall like waves on the sea, and you, the sea, remain vast, open, unbroken. You begin to understand that the true purpose of emotion is not to control you, but to teach you compassion, to remind you of your shared humanity. As silence deepens, you start to sense a tenderness that has no object. It's not directed toward anyone in particular. It simply radiates like light from a flame. It touches everything. It forgives everything. It asks for nothing. This tenderness is love purified of fear, love that has remembered its true nature as awareness itself. And as you sit in this quiet recognition, a smile may form not from amusement, but from peace. You understand at last that enlightenment was never a destination. It was a returning not to some distant heaven, but to this, to now, to the breath you're taking, to the stillness holding it. The masters say that when awakening matures, laughter often follows the laughter of relief, of simplicity, of seeing that what you searched for was always here. You laugh because there was never anything missing. You laugh because even your confusion was sacred. You laugh because silence was patient enough to wait for you to hear it again. In this final turning, the self that sought vanishes into the silence it longed for. Not as loss, but as completion, a drop returning to the ocean. The drop is not destroyed, it becomes the whole. You were never separate from the vastness. You were always the vastness dreaming of being small, and so the journey ends where it began, in the breath, in the pause, in the quiet, knowing that everything you see, feel, and touch is made of the same stillness that watches now. This is the great homecoming, the awakening that does not end in revelation, but in rest. Nothing more to do, nothing more to prove. Just this, just silence, just being. And in that being, the song continues, wordless, eternal, infinite. It was never about finding silence. It was about remembering that you are silence. When silence ripens fully, it does not remain only in meditation halls or sacred moments. It begins to walk. It steps softly into kitchens, into conversations, into laughter and loss. It becomes the pulse behind every ordinary thing. This is the quiet return, the flowering of stillness into life. The awakened one no longer hides from the world, but breathes it, lives it, and blesses it through presence. To live the silence is to carry it like fragrance, unseen, yet unmistakable. You move through the marketplace, but the noise no longer disturbs you. It becomes part of the music. You listen to others not to reply, but to understand. You speak less, and when you do, your words seem to fall exactly where they need to, not from control, but from clarity. Silence has become your language, and the world you're listening. There is a paradox here. After all, the vastness of awakening, life narrows again into the small and the tender. You still wash your hands, tie your shoes, sweep the floor. But now each act shines with quiet reverence. You realize that the divine was never elsewhere. The same stillness that you touched in meditation is present in soap bubbles, in footsteps, in the sound of breathing beside you. Nothing is excluded. Nothing is too small. Living the silence means you no longer chase experiences. You let them arrive, stay, and leave in their own rhythm. You no longer rush to complete moments because you understand they are already complete. The bird sings. The kettle boils, someone calls your name, and in all of it, there is the same echo. This is it. It is not detachment you live now, but intimacy. You are not escaping the world. You are embracing it more deeply. You eat when hungry, rest. When tired, smile when moved. But everything feels lighter, like air passing through open fingers. You are here, yet you do not cling. You love, yet you do not possess. You grieve, yet you do not drown. The world around you has not changed, but your way of seeing has. The clouds no longer threaten. They remind you of impermanence. The rain no longer interrupts. It nourishes. Even conflict becomes a mirror, showing you where peace has yet to take root. You begin to meet life not with resistance, but with curiosity. Every moment asks, can you stay open even now? To live the silence is also to live humility. You stop performing wisdom. You stop needing others to see your peace. You realize that the greatest sign of awakening is not how loudly one teaches, but how quietly one listens. The truest masters are often invisible, ordinary people who carry extraordinary calm. They move through the world, leaving peace in their wake, as naturally as trees give shade. You might find that others are drawn to your stillness, though you do not seek followers. They come not because of your words, but because in your presence they remember themselves. You do not heal them. They heal in your silence. The awakened heart becomes a mirror in which others see their own light reflected. But living the silence is not always effortless. There are days when the noise of the world seeps in, when worry, irritation, or sorrow cloud the clear sky. In those moments you do not resist. You breathe. You remember that even clouds belong to the sky. The silence beneath them remains untouched. You return to it not by force, but by surrender. Living the silence also means meeting impermanence with grace. You know that all things pass, friendships, seasons, even the body that carries you. But instead of despair, this brings tenderness. You stop taking anything for granted. You savor the taste of tea, the warmth of the sun, the fleeting beauty of a smile. You love fiercely because you know everything you love is temporary and therefore sacred. There's a quiet joy in living this way, a joy that doesn't depend on circumstance. It's the joy of simply being. The mind once sought reasons to be happy. Now happiness arises from the absence of seeking. You wake in the morning, see the light touch the walls, and smile not for something new, but because nothing needs to change. In time, you notice that the silence within you is not separate from the silence of the world. The space between trees, the pause between waves, the stillness before dawn, they all speak the same language. You are not keeping silence. Silence is keeping you. It moves through your words, your gestures, your breath. It listens through your ears, looks through your eyes. Sometimes you find yourself sitting alone, not meditating, not doing, just being. The world moves around you, but you are still. And in that stillness, something invisible hums the pulse of existence itself. You realize that this silence is not absence, but fullness. It holds everything. Every sound, every memory, every heartbeat arises from it and returns to it. To live the silence is to trust life completely. You no longer demand answers. You stop needing to know what comes next. You understand that the same intelligence that opens flowers and guides rivers is guiding you too. When decisions arise, they do so naturally without tension. You follow the quiet tug of intuition, not blind impulse, but inner knowing. The more you trust it, the more gracefully life unfolds. Living the silence doesn't mean you withdraw from the world's pain. It means you can meet it without losing balance. When you see injustice, you act. When you see suffering, you serve. But your actions are no longer fueled by anger. They are guided by clarity. You work for peace without losing peace. You speak truth without creating enemies. Silence has made you strong in ways noise never could. And as this silent awareness continues to deepen, something beautiful happens. Life becomes effortless poetry. You find rhythm in ordinary days, meaning in small gestures, eternity in moments. Every encounter becomes a verse in the same song you've been hearing since the beginning. At night, when you lie down to rest, you no longer measure the day by success or failure. You measure it by how present you were. And even in moments when presence was forgotten, you forgive easily. You know that silence never left you, only looked away. This is the art of living after awakening. Not escape, not detachment, but intimacy with all things. You walk, you work, you laugh, you age, but through it all, you remain the stillness watching. Life becomes your practice, and practice becomes life. The sages say, enlightenment is not the end of the journey, it's the beginning of true living. Living the silence means realizing that awareness and love are not two paths, but one. Awareness sees clearly. Love embraces completely. Together, they form the essence of life itself. So you keep walking quietly, joyfully, unhurriedly. You are not trying to reach peace, you are carrying it. You are not searching for meaning, you are living it. Every step is both destination and journey. Every breath, both beginning and completion. And as you walk through the world, this world of laughter, sorrow, birth, and death, your silence walks with you. It listens when you cannot, forgives when you forget, and loves even when you fail. This is the living silence, not the end of sound, but the song beneath it. When silence settles into the rhythm of daily life, the breath becomes your closest teacher. You begin to notice how every inhalation is the world entering you, and every exhalation is you returning to the world. The boundary between inside and outside dissolves. Breathing is no longer something you do. It is something happening through you, effortlessly, eternally. It is the world breathing itself as you. The Buddha once called the breath a bridge between body and mind. Yet, when awareness deepens, it becomes more than that. It becomes the bridge between self and universe. You realize that each breath connects you to everything that has ever lived. The air you draw in has moved through trees, through oceans, through countless lungs before yours. Every exhalation continues the cycle. You are not an isolated being. You are the breath of the world made visible. To live with this understanding is to rediscover reverence. You stop taking the simple miracle of breathing for granted. You see that every inhale is a gift, and every exhale is a letting go. Life is nothing more and nothing less than this sacred exchange, receiving and releasing again and again. And when you live consciously in this rhythm, something remarkable happens. Life begins to feel lighter, and even suffering becomes a kind of grace. Breathing in, you receive the world. Breathing out, you offer yourself back to it. In this balance, peace is found. You no longer grasp at the inhale or resist the exhale. You trust the movement, knowing that both are necessary. This is the same truth that governs all things. Nothing is meant to be held forever, and nothing truly leaves. The tree loses its leaves only to bloom again. The tide withdraws only to return. When awareness of breath deepens, you start to sense that it is not merely air moving through lungs. It is intelligence, energy, consciousness, prana. It animates every form, flows through every creature, sustains every heartbeat. You begin to feel that what you call life is the dance of this breath expressing itself in infinite shapes. The mountains breathe slowly. The rivers breathe in currents. Even stars expanding and collapsing breathe across eons. You are part of that same cosmic respiration. To live in harmony with this breath is to live in alignment with life itself. You start to notice how everything has its own rhythm, your steps, your speech, your thoughts. When you rush, you move against the natural tempo. When you slow down, you fall back into sync. The awakened live, not by controlling time, but by attuning to it. Their pace matches the pulse of the universe. Breath also teaches impermanence. No matter how deep or beautiful an inhale, it cannot last. To hold it too long is to suffocate. And yet, the exhale too must end, or life ceases. Through breath, you learn that clinging and avoidance are both forms of resistance. Freedom lies in surrendering to the rhythm. When you trust it, every moment becomes enough. In stillness, listen. The breath has no ambition. It doesn't hurry toward enlightenment. It doesn't struggle to become better air. It simply flows. To live this way is to embody the same wisdom, to allow yourself to be exactly what you are without constant judgment. The more you let yourself breathe, the more you discover that the universe has been breathing you all along. Living with awareness of breath brings gentleness into everything. Your movements soften. Your words slow down. Your mind stops racing ahead of the moment. You begin to inhabit your body fully, not as a possession, but as a miracle. You feel gratitude not for what you achieve, but for what is. In this state, compassion becomes natural. When you see another person breathing, you realize they are not other at all. They are another wave in the same ocean of air. Their suffering, their joy, their longing, all are movements of the same breath you share. You cannot harm them without hurting yourself. You cannot love them without healing the world. There's a story of a monk who once asked his master, "What is the essence of practice?" The master took a deep breath, smiled, and said, "This." The student frowned, unsatisfied. Years later, after countless meditations and hardships, he finally understood. He returned to the master and bowed. The master simply nodded, for the breath had taught what no words could. Breath becomes a teacher of presence. Each inhalation reminds you that life is happening now, not later. Each exhalation invites you to let go of the past, the worry, the noise. The mind often drifts, but the breath always returns to this moment. Follow it, and you find your way home every time. As awareness deepens, even the distinction between breath and awareness fades. You no longer observe breathing. Awareness is the breathing. You are not the one who breathes. You are the movement itself. The inhale arises, the exhale fades, and in between, a pause. In that pause, there is pure stillness, the silence of eternity. The pause is the universe remembering itself. Through breath, you begin to understand balance, the middle way between effort and surrender. You breathe not too shallowly, not too forcefully, but naturally. This same principle applies to everything. Speak without strain, love without demand, work without tension. Let life breathe through you as easily as air flows through your lungs. Sometimes during deep awareness, you may feel the boundary of your body dissolve completely. The breath expands beyond skin, beyond thought, beyond name. You become vast, transparent, infinite, and then as easily as clouds form and fade, the body returns, the breath continues, and life goes on. But something has changed. You now know that every breath, every being, every breeze is part of one endless exhalation of the divine. Living the breath means living awake. You begin to measure your days, not by tasks completed, but by moments truly lived. You find joy in the smallest things, the coolness of morning air, the warmth of sunlight on your face, the shared rhythm of conversation. You start to sense the subtle harmony linking all movements of life. When night comes, you breathe the stars. When dawn rises, you breathe the light. And when sorrow visits, you breathe it too softly without resistance, knowing that even grief is part of the breath's eternal motion. Eventually, the breath becomes prayer, not one you speak, but one you are. Each inhale whispers thank you. Each exhale answers yes. Gratitude and surrender rising and falling endlessly. And as you continue to live this way, the line between breath, silence, and love disappears. All that remains is the rhythm of the world breathing itself as you, through you, with you. The breath goes in, the breath goes out. Life continues infinite, effortless, whole. Even when you live within silence, when breath and being flow as one, the truth of the world still unfolds in its ancient rhythm, the rhythm of change. Everything moves, everything transforms. Even stillness breathes. The mountains crumble into dust, rivers reshape their beds, stars are born, shine, and vanish into darkness. Within every cell of your body, impermanence is quietly at work. The Buddha called this anicca, the law of change. It is not a punishment, not a flaw in the design of things, but their very essence. Nothing in the universe stands still, not even the awareness that sees it. Everything is movement, arising and fading, meeting and parting. To resist this truth is to suffer. To flow with it is to be free. At first, change seems cruel. We lose what we love. We age. We say goodbye again and again. But as the heart matures, you begin to see that change is not destruction, it is renewal. The leaf that falls feeds the soil. The ending of one chapter makes space for another. Even heartbreak is a teacher cracking open the shell of attachment, so love can expand beyond what it once knew. To live the dance of change is to trust that nothing real can ever be lost. Form changes, names change, roles change, but the essence, the awareness behind all forms remains untouched. You have been many versions of yourself, the child, the dreamer, the seeker, the lover, the wanderer. Each one felt complete, and yet each one gave way to another. What watched those transformations, what remains constant beneath them all, that is your true self, formless, ageless, boundless. The dance of change moves through every relationship, every experience. The friend who walks beside you today may walk away tomorrow. The sadness you feel this morning may become laughter by nightfall. When you stop clinging, every encounter becomes a miracle. You begin to love more freely because you know you cannot possess what is alive. You hold people and moments like birds in your hands, gently, with reverence, allowing them to come and go. Imagine a flame dancing on a candle. It is never the same from one moment to the next, always burning, always changing. Yet its light remains. So it is with life. To demand permanence from a world of movement is to demand the impossible. The wise learn instead to dance. This is the art of impermanence, to be fully present even as you know everything will pass. To drink deeply from each moment, not despite its transience, but because of it. The fleeting makes life precious. You stop trying to freeze the river and instead step into its current feeling, its coolness, its strength, its song. When you live in harmony with change, you stop fearing endings. You see them as transformations, as part of the great rhythm of existence. Birth and death, gain and loss, joy and sorrow, all are movements of the same dance. What dies nourishes what is born. What fades clears the way for what appears. In this rhythm, there is no tragedy, only transition. But to reach this understanding, you must be willing to grieve. You must let yourself feel the full ache of loss without turning away. The awakened heart does not escape pain. It enters it with awareness. Through grief, the heart learns tenderness. Through impermanence, it learns gratitude. Every goodbye becomes a bow. When you look closely, you see that even within a single breath, change is happening. The inhale is birth. The exhale is death. Each heartbeat begins and ends. Each thought arises and dissolves. The universe is being created and destroyed within you in every instant. You are the witness and the movement itself. There's an old Zen saying, "The snow falls each flake perfect, and yet the mountain is not the same." That is the beauty of impermanence, perfection within transformation. Nothing lasts, and therefore everything matters. To live in the dance of change is to stop clinging to certainty. You learn to rest in not knowing. The future is no longer a threat, but a mystery unfolding. The past is no longer a prison, but a teacher bowing goodbye. You walk through life like a traveler with open hands, taking in the beauty of each landscape without needing to stay. This acceptance does not make you passive. It makes you alive. When you stop fighting change, you become creative, responsive, awake. Like bamboo bending in the wind, you do not break. You move. You adapt. You thrive. The ability to change becomes your strength. And yet, even as everything shifts, you start to sense a stillness beneath it, all the silent witness untouched by time. This is the paradox of existence change, and changelessness motion, and stillness dancing together. The body ages, the mind evolves, the world transforms, but the awareness that watches remains the same, pure, open, free. You begin to understand that change is the play of stillness, and stillness is the ground of change. In daily life, this wisdom brings peace. You no longer rush to fix what changes, you accompany it. When relationships evolve, you bless their new form. When old dreams fade, you allow new ones to grow. When life asks you to let go, you open your hands with trust, knowing that emptiness always precedes creation. The dance of change also teaches compassion. Because you know how fragile and fleeting everything is, you treat the world with care. You become gentle with others' struggles, patient with their growth, kind with their mistakes. You understand that everyone is learning to dance, stumbling, spinning, finding rhythm in their own time. Ultimately, you see that impermanence is not the enemy of peace, it is its foundation. Without change, there could be no awakening, no growth, no beauty. The blossom exists because it will fall. The sunrise moves you because it will fade. The love you feel matters because it cannot last in form. It must transform into something deeper. So you keep dancing, aware of your steps, but free of fear. Each motion is sacred because it will never come again. The universe changes, you change, and within it all, awareness watches, smiling, not clinging, not resisting, just marveling at the endless play. And when you finally rest, you understand you too are a moment in the dance, fleeting, radiant, complete. When impermanence becomes not only understood, but embodied, something luminous awakens in the heart. Compassion. It rises naturally, like heat from fire. For when you truly see that all beings are caught in the same fragile dance of change, struggling, hoping, fearing, clinging, and letting go, you cannot help but soften. You cannot help but love. Compassion is the fire that burns without consuming. It is warmth without smoke, light without flame. It asks for nothing in return. It doesn't choose who is worthy. It doesn't calculate cost. Compassion is what happens when the boundaries of self dissolve and the suffering of another becomes your own heartbeat. At first, compassion may come as empathy, the ability to feel another's pain. But empathy alone can be heavy. It can drown you if not guided by wisdom. True compassion carries both tenderness and clarity. It feels deeply, yet it remains steady. It does not pity, it understands. It does not rescue to feed ego. It responds because love must move. The Buddha described compassion as the trembling of the heart. It is the natural vibration of awareness when it meets suffering without defense. Just as a string vibrates when touched, the awakened heart vibrates when it encounters the pain of the world. It does not turn away. It listens. When you look closely, you see that suffering is everywhere in the eyes of a stranger on the street, in the quiet exhaustion of those who hide their pain, in your own moments of fear and loss. At first, this recognition can feel overwhelming. But when you remember that suffering is the teacher of awakening, you no longer despair. You bow to it. You understand that compassion does not deny pain. It transforms it into light. To live with compassion is to become a bridge. You allow the pain of the world to move through you without stopping in you. You let it enter, soften your heart, and pass through, leaving understanding in its wake. You become a vessel for healing, not because you fix what's broken, but because you refuse to close your heart. Compassion doesn't always look gentle. Sometimes it is fierce. Sometimes it says no, sets boundaries, or stands against harm. The Bodhisattva's compassion is not sentimental. It is courageous. It acts when silence would cause suffering. It speaks when truth must be spoken. Compassion is not weakness. It is the strength to remain kind in an unkind world. To cultivate compassion, begin where you are. Start with yourself. Many think compassion means forgetting the self, but true compassion begins with the willingness to meet your own pain with mercy, to forgive the one within who has stumbled, feared, and failed. When you hold your own suffering with tenderness, you learn how to hold others. You cannot give from an empty heart. There's an ancient practice called metta, loving kindness. You begin by sitting quietly, breathing into your own heart, whispering, "May I be safe. May I be peaceful. May I be free from suffering." Then you extend that prayer outward. May all beings be safe. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings be free. Slowly, your sense of I begins to dissolve into we. The wall between self and world thins until only love remains. Compassion is not a feeling you must maintain. It is a way of seeing. When awareness deepens, you see the causes of suffering, ignorance, fear, attachment, and you respond not with judgment, but with understanding. You realize that cruelty is confusion in disguise, and violence is the cry of those who have forgotten their belonging. This doesn't excuse harm, but it allows you to act without hatred. When compassion matures, it becomes spontaneous. You don't plan it. It flows. A smile to a stranger. A hand offered without hesitation. A moment of listening when someone needs to speak. These small acts ripple outward more powerfully than you imagine. Compassion does not need an audience. Its fragrance spreads on its own. There's a story of a monk who spent years meditating in isolation. When he returned to the world, his teacher asked, "What did you learn?" The monk said, "I learned that I can sit in peace, no matter what happens." The teacher shook his head. "Good," he said now. "Go back into the world and learn to bring peace to others." The monk returned to the village, to noise, to arguments, to chaos, and slowly discovered that real compassion was not in escaping disturbance, but in being peace within it. To live compassion is to live as the heart of the world. You walk through markets and hospitals, forests and cities carrying the same light. Your presence becomes medicine, not because you cure others, but because you remind them of their own wholeness. You become a mirror in which others glimpse their forgotten goodness. But compassion also requires balance. If the heart gives without resting, it burns out. True compassion includes yourself in its circle. It knows when to give and when to be still. The river flows, but it also pauses in pools. In the same way, rest becomes part of your service. Silence nourishes your kindness. Compassion transforms perception. When you see through its eyes, even those who wound you appear differently. You begin to understand that they act from pain. You don't excuse harm, but you no longer carry bitterness. Forgiveness becomes natural, not as absolution, but as release. You let go of the heavy need for retribution and make space for healing instead. The more compassion you embody, the more the world softens around you. Not because the world has changed, but because your gaze has. The harsh becomes tender, the ugly becomes instructive, the enemy becomes teacher. Life no longer divides into us and them. You see all beings as travelers on the same road, each carrying invisible burdens. And when you look upon suffering with the eyes of compassion, you see something miraculous. Even pain becomes luminous. It becomes the fire that forges empathy, the soil that grows kindness. You realize that without sorrow, love would never have learned its depth. To live compassion is to walk as light through shadow. It is to bless the world simply by being in it. You may not end all suffering, perhaps no one can, but each act of mercy shifts the balance of the universe. You become part of its healing pulse. At night, when you rest, you feel that pulse in your chest, the steady rhythm of life loving itself through you. You breathe, and somewhere a child breathes easier. You forgive, and somewhere a wound begins to close. The circle widens endlessly. This is the fire of compassion, steady, radiant, eternal. It does not consume, it illumines. It turns suffering into understanding, division into unity, fear into love. And in that warmth, you begin to realize that compassion and awareness are not two. They are the same light refracted through the prism of the human heart. When compassion begins to flow like a quiet flame through the heart, the perception of time itself starts to soften. What once felt like a relentless current pulling you forward now feels like a river you are part of, not separate from, not fighting against. Past and future begin to lose their sharp edges. You start to sense that time is not a line you travel along, but a vast ocean moving through you. The Buddha said, "There is only this moment." Yet the mind, trained to measure, resists this truth. It clings to calendars, milestones, memories. It builds identities out of stories, who you were, who you will become. But as awareness deepens, those stories start to fade like ripples dissolving into still water. You begin to feel that everything you have ever been and everything you will ever be exists here in this breath. The river of time has no beginning and no end. It is not rushing anywhere. It is simply flowing. To trust that flow is to stop running, to stop treating the present as a bridge to somewhere else. You begin to live as if this moment were eternity, because it is. Eternity is not endless duration. It is depth. It is this instant scene without distance. When you live this way, time no longer oppresses you. You stop fearing its passing. You stop worshiping its speed. You see that every second is complete, not a stepping stone, but a whole world in itself. The morning sunlight spilling across your hands, the sound of a bird calling, the taste of tea. These are not small moments. They are the universe revealing itself in fragments of wonder. In the river of time, everything belongs. The joys, the heartbreaks, the detours, the pauses, all are currents moving in harmony, even when they seem chaotic. The mind may call something a mistake, but the river never does. It carries everything toward the ocean of understanding. When you stop fighting time, you stop fearing age. You see the wrinkles on your skin not as loss, but as the script of life written by love, laughter, and weather. Each line is a verse in your poem. You stop longing for youth or dreading decline, because you understand that every stage is perfect in its unfolding. The child, the adult, the elder, they are not separate people, but phases of one song. In stillness, you can feel the river moving within you, the blood in your veins, the pulse beneath your skin. Life is flowing through you, carrying the wisdom of generations. You are not only this moment's self, but the echo of countless ancestors, the dream of those who came before, the seed of those yet to come. You are continuity embodied. To live aware of the river of time is to honor impermanence, not as loss, but as motion. You see how everything you love changes form, but never vanishes. The friend who has passed away lives in the stories you tell, the gestures you've inherited, the kindness you now offer others. The past breathes through the present. The future is already whispering in it. There's an old teaching that says, no one steps into the same river twice. But look closer. It's not just the river that changes. You do too. Every experience alters. You refines, you returns you. To live fully is to let yourself be shaped by time, but not owned by it. The fear of time comes from the illusion of separation, the belief that you are moving toward an end. But when you see clearly, you understand there is no end, only transformation. The drop doesn't fear joining the ocean. It realizes it was never apart. In the same way, death ceases to be terrifying. It becomes a merging, a return to the vast flow you never truly left. When you align with the river, your life gains rhythm. You stop rushing decisions. You trust timing not as accident, but as intelligence. Some flowers bloom in spring, others in winter's edge. The universe knows its seasons, and you are one of them. What's meant to unfold will do so when the currents are right. Trusting this allows patience to replace panic. This shift changes how you act. You no longer push against the tide. You move when it moves. You rest when it rests. Effort and surrender become one motion. Work becomes meditation. Waiting becomes presence. Even endings become beginnings because the river never stops. Sometimes the river is gentle, soft ripples of contentment. Sometimes it is wild storms of uncertainty, torrents of grief. But beneath every surface movement is the same silent depth. You begin to live from that depth, no longer clinging to calm or fearing chaos. You know that both are water, and water is home. The wise learn to navigate the river not by control, but by listening. They feel its current through intuition, through the subtle pull of what feels aligned. They don't force the direction. They steer gently with awareness. This is the art of flowing without drifting, responding without resisting. And when the river carries you into unknown places, as it always will, you remember that uncertainty is not a sign of being lost. It is the natural state of those who are alive. You learn to float in the mystery, to let time hold you instead of you trying to hold it. Eventually, the concept of time itself begins to dissolve. The boundaries between yesterday, today, and tomorrow blur. You start to experience moments where time stretches, where a single glance, a breath, a note of music feels infinite. These are glimpses of the timeless within time, the eternal that has always been here disguised as this fleeting world. In those moments, you realize that the river has never been moving at all. The water flows, but the ocean remains still. Beneath all change, there is a vast silence untouched by movement, the source of everything. Time dances upon it, but it does not disturb it. That stillness is your true home. To live in the river of time while rooted in stillness is the secret of peace. You flow, but you are not swept away. You move, but you remain grounded. You love, you lose, you grow. And through it all, something in you remains calm, luminous, watching. So let the river flow. Let it carry you through joy and sorrow, through birth and death, through all the shapes you will become. Trust that every bend in the current is perfect. For when the river finally returns to the ocean, it does not end. It remembers. And in that remembering, you discover you were never separate from the sea. There comes a moment when the journey through impermanence, compassion, and time turns inward again, not as retreat, but as reflection. The river you have followed begins to show you your own reflection, shimmering upon its surface. This is where the path enters the realm of the mirror, awareness itself gazing back at awareness. Most of life is lived as if through fog. You move through thoughts, emotions, and roles without seeing the mind that moves beneath them. You become the actor, lost in the play. But at a certain point, the fog thins, and you glimpse something extraordinary, not what you are looking at, but what is looking. This shift, subtle and world-altering, is the beginning of liberation. Awareness is not something you create. It's what has always been here, quietly watching through your eyes, listening through your ears, feeling through your skin. It does not come and go like thoughts. It does not rise and fall like moods. It simply is. The Buddha called it the luminous mind, unstained, untouched, infinite. To live in awareness is to live as the mirror, not the reflection. The reflections, thoughts, memories, fears, desires, constantly change like clouds passing over a lake. Sometimes they're beautiful, sometimes dark, but the water itself is never harmed. Awareness is that water clear even when stirred. The mirror of awareness does not judge what it reflects. It It doesn't prefer one image over another. It holds everything, joy and sorrow, love and loss, with the same impartial compassion. That's why awakening is not about becoming perfect. It's about recognizing the perfection of awareness itself. Imagine looking into a still pond at sunset. The sky glows with color. Trees shimmer at the edges, and for a moment, you can't tell where the sky ends and the water begins. That's what happens when awareness recognizes itself. The line between observer and observed dissolves. The world is no longer something outside you. It becomes the reflection of the same consciousness that looks upon it. But to live this truth requires gentleness. The mind, so long trained to identify with every passing reflection, will fight to keep its familiar boundaries. It will insist, I am this thought, this feeling, this story. Let it speak. Smile at it. Watch it with kindness. Over time, awareness learns to rest in itself again, vast, still, unafraid. The mirror teaches you how to see without grasping. When joy arises, you see it clearly, but don't clutch it. When sorrow comes, you see it too, and don't turn away. The mirror doesn't interfere, it simply reflects. That reflection itself brings transformation. To see a thought fully is to dissolve its power. To see suffering clearly is to begin healing it. This is the essence of meditation, not escape, but observation. You sit, you breathe, you watch the parade of the mind without marching in it. You learn to let experience appear and disappear on its own. Each thought bows and exits like an actor leaving the stage. And slowly, a deeper silence begins to emerge. Not the absence of thought, but the presence of peace. In that silence, awareness starts to reveal its qualities. It is luminous, but not seen. Empty, yet full. Still, yet alive. It is the same awareness that watches a sunrise, and the same one that notices pain. It is the same one that was here when you were a child, and the same one that will be here when this body returns to the earth. Awareness has no age. The more deeply you live in this recognition, the lighter you become. You no longer take the play so personally. When anger arises, you don't become the anger, you see it arise, live its brief life and fade. When fear appears, you meet it with curiosity instead of defense. Life still moves, but you are not tossed by its waves. You float within it, clear and free. There is a story in Zen about a student who asked his master, "How should I enter the way?" The master replied, "Do you hear that mountain stream?" The student listened and said, "Yes." The master smiled. "Enter there." Awareness is that simple. It's not hidden in sacred texts or distant temples. It's in the sound of water, the taste of air, the weight of your own breath. Every sensation is a doorway if you are present enough to walk through. Awareness doesn't belong to you. You belong to it. The more you try to possess it, the more it slips away. But the moment you stop trying, you realize it has never left. It is the backdrop of every experience, the quiet presence behind every sound, every sight, every heartbeat. In daily life, this insight becomes a quiet revolution. You stop identifying with the storm. You begin to identify with the sky. You no longer define yourself by circumstances, success or failure, praise or blame. You see them as reflections, fleeting and insubstantial. What remains is the mirror itself, infinite, clear, and free. From this space, compassion deepens effortlessly. You see that everyone else is caught in their own reflections, mistaking them for self. You recognize their struggle as your own, and because you know what it feels like to be lost in illusion, you meet them with patience instead of judgment. The mirror of awareness reflects everything, but it clings to nothing. Sometimes you will forget. The pull of old identities, fears, and habits will draw you back into the dream. That's not failure. It's part of the path. Awareness doesn't punish forgetfulness. It simply waits. The moment you remember to look, it's there, calm, steady, forgiving. You don't need to chase enlightenment. You only need to stop running from it. Eventually, awareness becomes your home, not just during meditation, but in every moment. Washing dishes, walking through the city, listening to a friend, all become expressions of the same luminous seeing. The ordinary turns sacred. The sacred becomes ordinary. You realize they were never different. And so the mirror remains unbroken, reflecting everything belonging to no one. What you call you is just one of its reflections. When that reflection fades, the mirror remains shining still. To live as the mirror is to live free. To love as the mirror loves unconditionally, impartially, completely, is to know the Buddha within. For awareness is not something you find at the end of the path. It is the path itself. It is the watcher of all journeys, the silence before every word, the witness of every birth and every ending. It is what you have always been, after awareness has been recognized not as an idea, but as the living ground of being. A new fragrance begins to fill your life. It is subtle, quiet, and steady. It doesn't announce itself with thunder or revelation. It simply appears like the scent of rain touching the soil. That fragrance is equanimity. Equanimity is not indifference. It is not cold detachment. It is the flowering of wisdom and compassion, together the calm knowing that everything has its season, its rhythm, its purpose. To live in equanimity is to be a garden where storms come and go, and yet the soil remains fertile, unshaken, ready to grow again. At first, the mind thinks equanimity means suppression, not feeling too much, not caring too deeply, staying balanced by staying numb. But real balance is not about avoiding emotion, it's about allowing it all without losing your center. The Buddha likened it to a lotus growing in muddy water. The lotus doesn't reject the mud, it uses it to bloom. Equanimity arises when you stop fighting life, when you see joy and sorrow as waves of the same ocean, when praise and blame, success and failure, gain and loss, the 8 worldly winds no longer toss you into despair or elation. You still feel them, but you are no longer defined by them. You become the sky vast enough to hold every weather. This doesn't mean you become passive. The equanimous heart still acts, still loves, still speaks truth, but without attachment to outcome. You offer your presence, your effort, your care, and then release control. You trust the unfolding. You trust the law of cause and effect. You trust that life knows what it's doing, even when you don't. Equanimity gives you the freedom to respond instead of react. Imagine a pond on a windy day. Its surface ripples, but when the wind settles, the water returns to stillness, perfectly reflecting the sky. That's your mind in equanimity, responsive, not rigid, still yet alive. In the early stages of practice, equanimity can feel impossible. The heart swings wildly between pleasure and pain, love and fear, hope and despair. But with time, you begin to notice something. Each emotion, no matter how intense, eventually fades. It always has. The grief that once felt endless softened. The joy that felt eternal changed. You start to trust this impermanence not as loss, but as relief. You no longer resist what comes because you know it will go. This is the secret doorway to peace. There is a story of a monk who was praised for his calmness. A student asked him, How can you stay so serene when things fall apart?" The monk smiled and replied, "Because I never believed they were mine to keep." Equanimity isn't born of apathy, but of understanding. When you truly see that nothing belongs to you, not even your emotions, not even your body, you stop clinging. And in that release, joy arises quiet and effortless. Life continues to test you. People will disappoint. Circumstances will shift. The world will change faster than you can predict. But when equanimity has taken root, your response changes. Instead of saying, "Why me?" you begin to whisper, "Ah, this too." That simple phrase, "this too," becomes a mantra of freedom. Joy, this too. Pain, this too. Uncertainty, this too. Each experience becomes an honored guest invited to stay for as long as it needs, then bowing out gracefully. You stop building walls to keep pain away. You stop clutching pleasure in fear of losing it. You let life move through you like wind through an open field. Equanimity also brings a new kind of courage. When you're no longer ruled by desire or fear, you can act from truth, not from habit. You can speak honestly without needing to be liked. You can listen without rushing to fix. You can love without needing guarantees. The equanimous heart is vast enough to hold contradiction. And yet, equanimity doesn't remove the need for compassion. It deepens it. Because when your inner world is calm, you can finally see others clearly. You're no longer projecting your turmoil onto them. You meet them as they are, not as you need them to be. Your stillness becomes a refuge where others can rest. Equanimity is not static. It's alive, breathing, flexible. Some days it's easier than others. Sometimes the winds of emotion blow hard and you'll lose your balance. But even in imbalance, you remember you are not the storm. You are the sky. You return again and again, not by force, but by remembering your true nature, awareness itself. In daily life, equanimity expresses itself in small, profound ways. You pause before reacting. You breathe before speaking. You smile at the ordinary. You rest in uncertainty. You forgive quickly. You stop needing the world to make sense before you can be at peace. You begin to understand that peace isn't the absence of difficulty. It's the presence of perspective. The equanimous heart sees the bigger picture, that even pain contributes to growth, that even endings carry seeds of renewal. This vision brings humility. You stop labeling everything as good or bad. You start asking, what can this teach me? To cultivate equanimity, practice returning to the body. When the mind spins, feel your breath. When anger rises, feel your feet on the ground. Awareness of the body anchors you in the now, where balance is always possible. Meditation helps, but so does daily life. Each frustration, each joy, each surprise, they're all teachers. The world itself becomes your monastery, your training ground in balance. Every encounter is a test of whether you can remain centered in the middle of movement. And when you fail, as everyone does, you learn to smile at that too. Failure becomes part of the practice. You bow, you breathe, you begin again. Equanimity doesn't demand perfection. It invites persistence. With time, equanimity matures into grace. You walk through the world with quiet eyes. You don't rush to fix or to fight. You act with care, speak with precision, and rest when needed. You start to realize that peace isn't something you achieve, it's something you allow. The garden of equanimity grows slowly, watered by patience and light. It doesn't bloom overnight. But one day, you notice that what used to disturb you no longer shakes you, that what used to trigger fear now evokes compassion, that what once felt unbearable now feels sacred. This is the fruit of the path, not a life free of storms, but a heart that remains open through them. And when the winds rise again, as they always do, you sit quietly beneath your inner tree and whisper, "Yes." This too is part of the garden. When equanimity blossoms within something new, awakens a quiet urge not to withdraw, but to give. It doesn't come from duty or ambition, but from understanding. When you see that all beings are waves of the same ocean, you cannot help but move with compassion toward them. The awakened heart naturally seeks to serve. Service in its purest form is love in motion. It is silence turned into action. It is awareness expressing itself through the hands and the voice, through the smallest acts of kindness, through the quiet choices that ripple far beyond what the eyes can see. It's not about saving the world. It's about remembering that the world was never separate from you. Many think service begins with doing, feeding, building, helping. But true service begins with being. When your heart is clear, when your presence is steady, you become a sanctuary. The energy that moves through you begins to bless without effort. Sometimes the most powerful service is simply to listen, to smile, to be still in the midst of chaos. The Buddha taught that the greatest gift one can offer is freedom from fear. To serve others from peace rather than anxiety, from clarity rather than ego, this is the highest form of giving. You no longer help out of pity or superiority. You serve out of recognition. You see yourself in every being, and in that seeing, the division between giver and receiver dissolves. Imagine a candle lighting another candle. The first loses nothing yet, now there is twice the light. That is the essence of service. The flame does not boast, it simply shines. As awareness deepens, service becomes natural, even inevitable. You begin to feel the suffering of others as your own, not as burden, but as invitation. You find joy in small acts of care, offering food, comforting a friend, planting a tree. Each action, no matter how simple, becomes a prayer, not to a God above, but to the sacred within all things. True service requires humility. It means allowing life to work through you rather than trying to control outcomes. Sometimes your efforts bear fruit. Sometimes they vanish without trace. But in the eyes of the awakened, both are success. The action itself is complete. There's a story of a monk who spent his days sweeping the monastery courtyard. When asked why he worked so diligently on a path that would soon be covered in leaves again, he smiled and said, "I don't sweep to keep the courtyard clean. I sweep to keep my heart clear." That is the secret of service. It purifies the one who serves. Every act of generosity dissolves another layer of self-centeredness. Every moment of patience polishes the mirror of awareness. The one who gives is transformed even more deeply than the one who receives. In serving others, you learn the meaning of interdependence. You see that the hand that gives and the hand that receives are not two. Life is always helping itself through the meeting of forms. When you feed another, you are being fed. When you heal another, you are being healed. This understanding frees you from the illusion of heroism. You no longer see yourself as the savior of the world. You become the instrument through which the world saves itself. Service becomes a kind of surrender, a letting go of personal will into the larger will of existence. In modern life, service may not always look spiritual. It might mean raising a child with mindfulness, teaching with patience, cooking with care, or simply offering a kind word in a difficult moment. Every gesture becomes sacred when it is offered without ego. The awakened ones don't seek holy roles. They sanctify ordinary moments. Sometimes service means saying yes. Sometimes it means saying no. True compassion does not enable harm. It acts from clarity, not sentimentality. To serve wisely is to balance love with discernment, to give what truly helps, not just what comforts. This is why service rooted in stillness is so powerful. It sees the deeper need beneath the surface request. The more you serve, the more transparent you become. The I that once claimed ownership of good deeds begins to dissolve. Gratitude flows both ways, from the one who receives and the one who gives. Eventually, you no longer know who is blessing whom. You serve because it feels as natural as breathing. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells Arjuna act without attachment to the fruits of action. The awakened servant lives by this truth. You do what is needed, offer your best, and release expectation. The moment of giving is complete in itself. You don't need recognition, because the act of service is the joy. Sometimes the path of service leads into difficulty places of suffering, of grief, of injustice. The compassionate heart walks there not out of obligation, but out of courage. You understand that avoiding pain only deepens it. To bring presence into the darkest places is the highest offering. But service also includes balance. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Rest is part of giving. Silence is part of speech. Inhale before exhale. Those who serve from burnout eventually learn that sustainability is itself an act of compassion. When you care for yourself, you care for all those who depend on your light. There's a stillness at the center of true service, a quiet knowing that you are not the doer. Life acts through you. You are a wave moved by the tide of love. And in that realization, pride disappears, replaced by awe. Each morning when you wake, you can whisper to yourself, "May my thoughts, words, and actions today be of benefit." You don't need to plan grand gestures. Even the smallest kindness becomes vast when offered from sincerity. Eventually, service ceases to feel like effort. It becomes identity, not I serve, but I am service. The hand moves, the voice speaks, the heart gives, and behind it all, the silence smiles. To serve in this way is to live the truth of unity. It is to bow to the sacred in all things, the beggar and the king, the wounded, and the healer, the giver, and the given. It is to realize that love is not something you do. It is what you are when nothing blocks the flow. And when your life becomes service, the world itself begins to heal. Not through force, not through perfection, but through the quiet power of presence. You become the river again, moving, nourishing, shining, expecting nothing, giving everything. The awakened heart serves because it cannot do otherwise. It has seen too much beauty to remain still. It has felt too much love to keep it contained. And so it flows, always endlessly freely. When one walks long enough upon the path of stillness, even service begins to reveal its deeper dimension. You come to see that the work of light cannot be complete without embracing the dark. It is in this meeting between radiance and shadow that wisdom ripens into wholeness. For most of our lives, we are taught to chase the light, to run toward joy, virtue, success, and clarity, and to turn away from fear, anger, and pain. But the awakened heart knows the shadow is not the enemy of light. It is its cradle. The stars shine only in darkness. The lotus blooms only in mud. The shadow is everything we have exiled from ourselves, the unhealed wounds, the forgotten griefs, the voices we were told not to hear. We hide them not because they are evil, but because we are afraid of their depth. Yet these hidden places hold treasures the conscious mind cannot touch. They are the roots of compassion, the ground of authenticity. When you begin to live with awareness, the shadow rises gently at first, then insistently. Old patterns surface. Anger you thought long gone whispers again. Fear flickers. Doubt returns. But now, instead of resisting, you bow. You see that what you called obstacles are in fact invitations. Invitations to bring love where love was missing. The Buddha once said, "Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love." The same truth applies inwardly. The shadow cannot be destroyed by resistance. It can only be dissolved by understanding. You do not conquer your darkness. You illuminate it. You hold it in awareness until it reveals its true nature, not as sin, but as suffering seeking light. This work is not easy. It requires immense gentleness. To turn toward your own pain is to walk into the cave where your deepest fears dwell. But every step you take with awareness transforms that cave into a temple. Each shadow you embrace becomes a teacher. Anger teaches you about boundaries. Sadness teaches you about depth. Fear teaches you about trust. The awakened one doesn't hide from pain. They meet it with compassion, knowing it is part of the whole. When joy visits, they smile. When sorrow returns, they bow. In both, they see the same sacred movement life revealing itself in all its forms. To integrate the shadow is not to indulge it, but to understand it. You don't feed anger, but you listen to its message. You don't deny grief, but you let it wash through you. You don't fear desire, but you see its root in longing for connection. Awareness turns poison into medicine. In meditation, when darkness arises, a painful memory, a wave of shame, a hidden fear, you breathe and watch. You don't push it away. You don't chase it. You sit beside it like a friend sitting with another in silence. Slowly, its edges soften. It begins to speak. And what it says, if you listen closely, is always the same: I only wanted to be seen. The shadow is not separate from the divine. It is the divine wearing the mask of forgetting. When you touch it with compassion, it remembers its own light. There is a story told in many traditions. A sage once asked his disciples to draw a circle of light and a circle of darkness. Then he poured water over both. The colors dissolved into one reflection. He said, "This is truth. The light and the shadow are not two." In daily life, you can see this dance everywhere. In nature, day becomes night and night becomes dawn. In music, silence gives meaning to sound. In love, joy is inseparable from vulnerability. The wise no longer seek to eliminate darkness. They learn to hold it within light. To live this way is to stop dividing your inner world. You no longer label parts of yourself as spiritual and others as unworthy. You stop performing goodness and start living honesty. When you are angry, you breathe and acknowledge anger without shame. When you are afraid, you cradle fear with tenderness. This honesty makes you real. And realness, not perfection, is the ground of awakening. The shadow also teaches humility. It reminds you that awakening is not a linear ascent, but a spiral, an endless turning inward and outward. Some days you feel vast and clear, other days small and heavy. Both are sacred. The divine wears all faces, including the ones we wish to hide. When you meet the shadow of another, you meet it with the same understanding you've given your own. You see beyond behavior into pain. You realize that every cruelty is a cry for belonging. Every act of greed, a search for safety. This doesn't mean you excuse harm. It means you respond from clarity, not condemnation. The more you bring light into your shadows, the more whole you become. The more whole you become, the more you can hold the world's contradictions without breaking. You can grieve and rejoice at the same time. You can see beauty, even in decay. You can act in a world of imperfection without losing faith in its sacredness. This is the maturity of awakening, when love is no longer fragile, when it can include everything. The saints and sages who radiate boundless compassion are not those who have never suffered, but those who have walked through their own darkness and found light still shining there. You too are that light. You are also the shadow that hides it. Both are your teachers, your mirrors, your path. When you stop choosing between them, peace arrives. In that peace, you understand the purpose of light is not to escape darkness, but to know it, to love it, to transform it. The two dance together endlessly, creation and destruction, birth and death, joy and sorrow. And when you finally embrace both fully, a profound stillness settles in the heart, a stillness born of completeness. You realize there was never a war between light and dark. There was only misunderstanding, a forgetting of their shared origin. Now, in awareness, they meet again, light illuminating shadow, revealing light, and you, the witness, smile. For you have seen it clearly. The whole sky contains both day and night, and you are the sky. After the silence of the stars, there comes a softer dawn, the light of return. Not a grand arrival, but a quiet homecoming. The kind that happens when you realize there was never anywhere else to go. You have walked through surrender and seen its freedom. You have watched karma unfold and dissolve. You have touched emptiness and found fullness. You have listened to noble silence until it became your own heartbeat. Now the path circles back not to where you began, but to what has always been here, the ordinary world shining with extraordinary light. The Buddha once said, "Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water." The words are simple, but they hold the essence of truth. Awakening doesn't take you away from life. It brings you closer, closer to the wind on your skin, to the laughter of a stranger, to the weight of a teacup in your hand. When awareness ripens, even the smallest gestures become sacred. Making tea is meditation. Listening is prayer. Walking is worship. Nothing is outside the temple, because the temple is everything. You begin to live slowly, not because you must, but because there is nowhere to rush to. You find yourself smiling at things you once ignored, the way sunlight lands on old wood, the sound of rain sliding down glass, the scent of the earth after a storm. Life reveals its quiet miracles again and again, and you finally have the eyes to see them. This is not detachment, it is intimacy. You are not escaping the world, you are entering it fully. You no longer hover above experience, you stand in it barefoot, breathing present. The sacred and the mundane are no longer two. In this space, relationships change too. You meet others without masks, without the urge to fix or control. You listen not to respond, but to understand. You see the Buddha in the face of a stranger, in a friend's frustration, even in the one who disagrees with you. Compassion no longer feels like effort. It becomes your default language. You realize that the greatest gift you can give is presence, not advice, not perfection, just the soft steadiness of a heart that does not flee when things grow uncomfortable. That steadiness is love in its purest form. And when pain returns, as it always will, you no longer fight it. You greet it as an old companion. You sit with it. You breathe. You watch it rise and fall like waves against the shore of your awareness. You no longer need to be rescued from life because you have learned to float within it. Freedom you see now was never the absence of suffering. It was the end of resistance. Each day unfolds like a koan, unsolvable, beautiful, alive. You no longer need the world to make sense. You trust its rhythm. You trust the unknown. You trust yourself not as a separate self, but as part of the great breath moving through everything. You begin to act not from duty, but from love. You serve not because you must, but because compassion moves through you, like wind through bamboo, effortless, invisible, yet unmistakably real. You may still make mistakes. You may still feel doubt. But these no longer define you. They are just passing clouds in the vast sky of your awareness. You are not trying to be enlightened anymore. You are simply awake. And that is enough. When people ask you what enlightenment is, you no longer reach for big words. You might smile and say, "It's this." Then you point to a bird taking flight, or the sound of a child's laughter, or your own breath. Because awakening isn't an escape from the human experience. It is the full embrace of it. Sorrow, joy, confusion, clarity, all held in one vast silence that never leaves you. In this silence, you walk through the marketplace, through the noise, through the laughter and the heartbreak, carrying water, chopping wood, tending to what is here. Each act, no matter how small, ripples through the web of interbeing. Every kind word heals something unseen. Every conscious breath steadies the whole. You no longer need to announce your peace. It announces itself in how you move, how you pause, how you look at the world, as if it's both fragile and eternal. You have become the still point in the turning world, not detached, but deeply woven into it. There will still be storms. There will still be loss. But now, when the waves rise, you rise with them. When they fall, you rest in the deep. Nothing is outside the flow. Even endings are beginnings. Even death is a returning home. You understand now that life doesn't need to be perfect to be sacred. It only needs to be seen clearly, wholly, without resistance. That seeing is love. That love is awakening. And so you bow to the breath, to the moment, to the endless mystery. You bow to the path that was never separate from you. You bow to all beings near and far, known and unknown, for sharing this dream of life. Then you stand and you walk quietly, freely, completely human, completely divine. The stars continue their ancient silence above you. The earth hums beneath your feet. The wind whispers through the trees. And in that infinite stillness, one truth remains. You have never left home. You were always home.